can unmute. Hi there, everybody. Welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe. Boy, is it good to have you here today. Boy, has this been a fun experience getting to this point. So just to let you know, the you don't need to, but I want. Oh, this hat is like kind of green, so it's like it's kind of see-through. That's funny. I guess I'll take the hat off. The tech issues, at least a little bit of the way, we're just not letting VTT open at all. Which, for those of you that don't know, Foundry Virtual Tabletop is the virtual tabletop that we use, as opposed to Roll20, and it just wasn't letting people log in. It's pretty cool, but now it's working, so hopefully it'll stay that way. That's the goal, at least. With that, I think that what we should do is we should just go ahead and roll the intro and then dive in. I think so. All right.
Why not?
All right.
Twice.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm back. Guess who's back? It's me.
Back again.
Don't have to guess. I answered it for you. All right. So, picking up where we left off. Our group of adventurers, the Salamander Coast here, they found themselves in the mountainous, rocky, snowy region of Jormungandry. Through some very odd, confusing, timey-wimey stuff, they now have an objective. Something that is very important for them to accomplish. In order to prevent the supposed destruction of anything and everything, the first thing our group of adventurers here need to do is they need to travel back in time and prevent the heist of Bromsgrove from ever happening. Sounds like a tall order. Yes, it is. So the party is trying to pace themselves getting to this objective, but there are a few things that they've learned just in their immediate introduction to this sort of new part of the world that they've been in. For one, there is a group of cannibalistic indigenous people to the fractured peninsula, the northern half of Jormungandry, where they're currently located. The Ualjit, a group, like I said, who are cannibals. They find power in blood, but apparently this is no longer just a spiritual power, but actually something tactile, something that they have learned or been taught, as there have been two travelers from the land of Afera who have come to the fractured peninsula and have started to teach these natives, these indigenous people, these abilities, using blood not just for ceremony but for combat, enhancing their weapons, using corpses and blood and bone as weapons themselves. The party has been on the receiving end of that as a sort of welcoming party into the region very close to the fractured peninsula. And sadly, what they need to do now is they need to continue to head north, deeper and deeper and deeper into their territory, hoping to avoid them as much as they can, but only time will tell how much they are able to avoid them. So, knowing they need to reach this Temple of Time in the very northern reaches of the fractured peninsula, they've got a long journey ahead of them. However, they now are resting for the night. And we had two adventurers who last session we kind of had like a little pause on their conversation. Sadly, as I'm sure you can tell, that's not. I know it sounds like it looks like it would be a tech issue, but it's not. Sadly, Evan won't be here tonight, but him and I did talk about what he would want Poe to say and how he would react to him and Desmond's conversational. So, Desmond, we're going to go ahead and hop back in right where we were with you, okay? So you and Poe were sitting outside of that small ramshackled tent, or small ramshackled building. All the rest of your party members sleeping beneath in a cellar, but you and Poe had been sitting outside. You were taking your watch, and, well, you weren't doing a very good job watching. You were doing what the two of you do best. Joking around, messing with each other, and having a good time. But the conversation takes a turn as you start to ask questions about your bone and platinum shards that you harvested from that skull from the future. Oof. And you start to ask Poe some questions, asking him to mess with it, knowing that he's from the past, so maybe there might be some connection to something from the future and something from the past, things that just aren't working time-wise, that are out of place. But the conversation takes a turn as then you cast Identify on Poe in an effort to see what magics are affecting him. And you can see that the magics affecting Poe are massive. There is a great amount of dunamancy at play here affecting Poe. And you can tell that he's anywhere between 1,000 to 1,500 years out of place. He's much older than what he looks, or at least he's been displaced out of time. So, you cast the spell, you make that connection, and then the look kind of registers on your face. And you can see Poe kind of cocks his head and goes, "What's wrong?"
Desmond will reach up and kind of scratch his head, closing his eyes for a second before speaking, and then he'll say, "Well, we knew that you weren't where you were supposed to be, I guess. The whole weed thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But it seems like you're kind of really far away of where you're supposed to be. Like 1,000 plus years off.
Okay.
At least. I just...
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I just don't... And you have a lot of magic just kind of floating around you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Probably pretty valuable, you know?
Well, hey, there you go. Spent all that time blacksmithing. I guess I should have started plucking hairs and selling them on the black market, right?
Not a bad idea. I reach up, grabbing his chin.
Well,
Just
what?
Hey, what's up? Oh, I don't know. A lot to take in, I guess. I'm sure it is for you.
Yeah. I mean, you get told one crazy thing after another, it all starts to kind of even out, get used to it.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? No. It just sounded like something people say, but I'm freaking out, Desmond.
Desmond will put his hand on Poe's shoulder and he'll say, I know. I'm right there with you. It seems like our whole little group is just kind of really not sure about who we are at all. I wanted to tell you this before, but you were gone. And I ended up having to tell Cecily, but and I've not told anyone else yet, because I'm scared shitless right now. But and you were gone, and right before we kind of had to go on the run, I met this girl at that outpost place in the woods. She came up to give me some food for the night because I was staying inside because of how fucking cold it was. But her name was Anna, and she said she recognized me a really long time ago and called me that same name that Aku said, Suni. But and I promise this is all relevant. It's I don't know who Suni is. I don't know who Anna was, and don't really remember anything. And I've only just heard that name for the first time, like, a few weeks ago. Which is crazy. Maybe not even a few weeks ago. How long was that? That was just a few days? I don't even know. But so I'm kind of splashing around in nothingness, and I don't know anything about what it means to be what I am or who I am, and that's why when we were in the future, as crazy as it is to say that out loud every time, I saw that skull, and I think it's the skull of whatever supposedly made me. And it just, I don't know, something kind of snapped in my brain, and I just took that stuff because I don't know, I need to know, but I don't want to know, and something compelled me to take it.
Well, I guess the best thing you can do whenever somebody says, Desmond, why'd you steal it, is because fate compelled me. I mean, geez.
I'm gonna use that from now on.
What, that Draenor guy? I mean, at least from what Cecily would say about that training they would do, is every other thing he said was the weave and the will of the weave, and if the weave wills it, and I guess the weave willed it. So you have it now. But I mean, Desmond, I completely understand where you're coming from. I do. I wake up every morning. Ever since people started saying that the last Noah died, however many years ago, I wake up every morning just wishing somebody would tell me what to do. That somebody would just say, Poe, you're an Anoa, you need to act like one, you need to do this. Or, Poe, you're not an Anoa, you need to act like this, you need to do this. But no, I'm just floating. And so, I mean, we're gonna float, I guess we're gonna float together, right? And you see him kind of smile at you. And then exhale, and then go back down to staring at the dirt. And kind of shake his head a little bit and scratch his forehead.
A good way to put it, floating. I don't even know how to swim. I guess here I am, floating.
Well, hey, if you can't swim, you know what? Honestly, floating's better anyway. It's more relaxing.
Yeah. And Desmond will kind of hug his legs into his chest. I keep thinking that if I don't talk about it, and I don't say anything about it, and I don't think about it, and I don't look for it, I'll never have to know. Then, with whatever Haku said, Suni the stalwart. I don't even know what stalwart means. And then... But hey, if I have to float around not knowing who I am, I'm glad it's with you and the others. And Desmond will kind of give Poe a brotherly punch on the shoulder.
Ow. Dick. I'm just kidding. Kinda.
We're gonna make it, right?
Yeah. I think so, at least. Just listen, alright? If one of us happens to find purpose before the other, we can't get mad, okay? Because if you find out that you really are Suni the Stalwart, and, and you, like, I don't know, grow wings and can shoot lightning 80 feet out of your mouth, I promise I won't be jealous. And if I discover...
Oh, you can already fly.
Okay, but... I mean, if a guy touches me, then I... That sounded weird. Okay, yeah. Only with magical help. There you go. I'll phrase it like that. Well, I guess we should actually watch or something on this watch. And you can see that as he starts to, as the two of you start to look out and out towards the sun, you can see the sun is already starting to rise. And he kind of blinks and rubs his eyes and looks to you. And just as you can hear the hatch beginning to open and people begin to exit, he says, "Okay, we saw nothing, all right? We maybe heard a caribou, and that's it, okay?"
Sure.
Okay. All right. So with that...
Wow, what an uneventful watch.
I know. Can you imagine being so stalwart? Bet you can. Loyal, reliable. Yeah. And as all the rest of you are coming out, they're acting so weird. So weird. So as all of you are coming out, Desmond, Poe acting super weird. The sun is beginning to rise. Is it birthday time again?
Is it birthday time?
So with that, is anybody commenting on their attitude?
I mean...
I think Cecily will leave it alone this time. But is it morning?
Yeah. Yep. Like I
Okay,
said, the sun is just beginning to rise. It is bright and early.
Okay. Cecily is going to do something slightly unusual. She's going to actually make an effort to be up earlier, rather than face planted and waiting for people to drag her out of bed. And she is going to just go to a corner by herself and just kind of sit with her eyes closed and be really still, and then fidget every once in a while and like try to be still again, and then fidget and then be still again, and she's just gonna kind of be in this like half-assed meditation pose over in the corner of one of the rooms early in the morning.
Well, as long as everyone's doing something out of character and strange, Bianca's gonna look at everyone who's being a little odd, like Cecily meditating and Poe and Desmond. And then she's gonna go to look for a, maybe like a already kind of like dug hole or like natural divot in the ground. And maybe even find like a shovel or something and start to like dig a little deeper. And then once she gets kind of like a good enough hole, she's going to summon the short sword back and put it in the hole and then try and cover it with different rocks and whatever she can find.
Okay, yeah. Summon it back in your hand, that broken short sword. You plant it into the ground, and you just start to cover away.
Yeah,
nobody's stopping you.
Yeah. And then that's when she'll like, once she's done with that, she'll like drop the bond with it, or at least try to. I don't know how you, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no.
That's what she's doing.
All right. So yeah, digging the hole, summoning the sword, putting it in there, covering it up, and then just over that freshly dug hole in the ground, you take out the Blood King's blade. You breathe and meditate. And you now unbond yourself from Isen's blade and to this one. So, yeah.
Cool.
At least
Sick.
right off the bat, there's no voice, there's no evil presence permeating your form. You just feel a strong bond with this blade. You throw it, you resummon it, and you feel that if you were to begin that cutting motion with the Blood Maledict, or even with your Crimson Right, you can feel that the blade would grow stronger and would change form, as opposed to this sort of very odd-looking metal that it's currently made out of.
And I did have a question about the throwing and then resummoning. Is it like how it works on the card that you gave me, or is it like how it used to work with the broken short sword? Like, am I taking damage anytime I resummon it?
Yeah, so when you throw it, you can... So you take a d4 of damage, and you can resummon it as a free action, but that's sort of the price you pay, is that d4 of damage.
Okay, so it's not like I can just freely do it willy-nilly whenever anymore, like I did with the broken short sword. Okay.
This one you still can summon freely, but it's the fact of throwing it and then reconjuring it back to your hand. That's the...
Oh, like as in like kind of like an attack kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're going to throw it as an attack and you want it back in your hand for, say, another attack, then you have to take that d4 of damage.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool.
Cool. All right.
And then she'll go back to everyone else doing something strange with their morning.
Yeah, I will also say that Poe is meditating with his greatsword right now, at least as much as he can. He sort of jams it into the dirt in front of him, and just kind of goes into like an almost like a child's pose, kind of in front of it. Okay. Anybody else doing anything weird?
Desmond is shivering.
Okay.
That's not weird.
Yeah, that's normal.
Yeah,
Normal.
That's normal. How dare you?
It's opposite day.
You didn't get the memo, kid. Keothi will stand next to you, Desmond, and kind of put her arm around you and be like, "Oh, come on, it's not that bad."
He's gonna give her wide-eyed, just kind of, he's shaking, just stare at her angrily.
One of these days we'll go to a desert where you can finally be happy and I can be the miserable one. All right?
Sounds perfect.
All right. Keothi kind of smiles back down at you, rubs your arm a little bit more, just trying to generate a little bit of heat. And then Ashima, does Ashima have any morning rituals? I don't know why I said it like that.
Just his traditional ones. It's morning. You know what that means? It's time for combination Tai Chi yoga.
Hell yeah.
Hit the grind, boys.
Okay, all right. So, Ashima, right as you are finishing up your Tai Chi yoga, after everybody kind of finishes their things, you can see that Poe kind of takes out his sword from the dirt and kind of slings it back around his back. And he kind of makes his way over towards you, but very sheepishly. Like, your passive insight is high enough, you can see what he's doing. He's kind of just trying to, like, look at things while slowly making, like, a really long route around towards you. Just kind of, like, looking around. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Kind of kick a stone. And then eventually he's maybe 10 feet away from you, and he's still doing it. And at this rate, it's going to take him another 5 minutes to get to you. So it's up to you if you want to say anything or let him get there on his own.
He'll call out and say, "Ah, Poe, just the person I wanted to talk to."
Oh, really? No way. Me too. Well, me want to talk to you. I want to...
Fuck it, I'm doing this outside. And Cecily's just gonna storm out and leave them be. And go fail to meditate in the cold.
Cool. Hey, listen, if you're busy, I can go. I was just kind of like walking over here and I saw you and I was like, that's a guy who might know something. So I was like, maybe I could talk to him. You.
I know many things, but I'm imagining you're asking for gardening advice.
Maybe.
So you may want to specify what you wish to know.
Okay, yeah. No, like, totally. Yes, you are right. Specify. Okay. First things first, when you have a question you really badly want to ask somebody, but you feel, like, bad about it, or you feel like you shouldn't even be asking in the first place, how do you get over that fear?
Well, think about if the question were posed to you. How would you react to it?
I mean, I guess I would respond honestly and give them whatever advice I thought was best and try and prioritize their feelings first.
Would you be offended?
I'd be concerned, not offended.
Concern is from a place of understanding. It's a good thing.
Okay.
Implies empathy. So, well, you've got nothing to worry about.
Okay, yeah. Just don't act weird if I whisper it, okay?
All right.
Okay.
I'm all ears and a face.
Okay. No, that helped. Okay, so recently, it hasn't been too bad, but I've been hearing my sword talk to me. Just like a little bit.
And he stiffens up a little bit. Ha!
Yeah.
Is it talking to right now?
No. It's usually only during combat, or if I try and talk to it myself. That's what I was doing over there for so long. I was talking to him, it, them. I was talking to them.
Ah.
Yeah. Now, okay. So here's nothing bad, by the way. I'll just say that right now. It's nothing bad. Okay, so long story short, the blade has a giant inside. Like the soul or a spirit of a giant. Not a giant, a Goliath. Well, kind of like a half hybrid thing, but it's not only that. But
everything's a giant to me.
Yeah. But then it's not only that. It also happens to say that it is not only a Goliath giant thing, but it's also an Anoa. It's an Anoa on top of being that. Apparently, it was a Kalukatho. It was kind of like Keothi, where he's like a Goliath giant, but he's got hair, but he also is an Anoa, and that doesn't make sense a whole bunch to me because he doesn't exactly look like me. But I mean, I guess you can have like uncles and cousins and brothers who really don't like look a whole bunch like you, but they really just kind of like they're still.
It's a bit more dramatic.
Yeah. And then, we started talking, and, like, I didn't really believe him at first, but then he just kept saying things that just, like, made a whole lot of sense. But then it's like, I still kind of wondering, I'm like, am I in Anoa? I don't really know. And he kind of keeps talking to me, and I'm kind of, like, listening more and more and more and more. And he said something that... I don't know. This is what I really wanted to ask you. Because I feel like I've heard you say it before, but I don't know, I could just be imagining things. He said that most people who are put into extraordinary circumstances like mine, like ours, they always have to make tough choices, hard choices that no normal person should ever have to make. And that when I need to make those choices, that I need to let fate guide me. I need to let the weave guide me. That I can't hide behind my emotions and fears and anxieties, that I need to learn to embrace them, and only then will I ever be able to be the Anoa that I was always destined to be. But he says that, and I'm like, I don't think I'm an Anoa because everybody I meet keeps saying that I'm not. But then I have the weird witch lady, she tells me that I'm like from the past, and I'm like, what does that even mean for me? Like, and this guy's like, you're an Anoa. Oh, you are. I know. And then I go to talk to my dad, but maybe he's not my dad. I don't know, because he talked about raising the child and teaching it the ways of the Anoa, but and you see him just kind of deflate in front of you, Ashima. I'm sorry.
That's a hard answer to give.
I'm rambling.
No, you're thinking. There's a difference. Well, all right. Answer me 2 questions. Actually, 3.
Okay.
Number 1. Is having a book read to you the same as having read a book?
No.
So blind people cannot experience stories.
No.
They're incapable of it.
No. They can. It's just, it's different because when someone's reading a book to you, they can embellish details. They can add voices. Some people are really good at describing details. And when you're reading a book,
But how are the words different?
I mean, I guess they're not. The words are all the same, really.
And do you not embellish those voices in your head?
I mean, yeah.
So, could someone have, say, a lector read them a story, and claim that they have heard it? That they have read the book?
Yes.
All right. Second question.
Okay.
If a woman loses her husband in a war and she remarries, is she no longer married to the person who died?
Oh wow, that's a doozy. So she was married, husband died, she remarried. Is she still married?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. My last question. If a child loses its parents and is adopted, is it a member of that family? Or can it never truly be one of them?
No, it can be adopted and still be a part of the family.
And my last question to you is, are you an Anoa?
I mean, I feel like I am, but it seems like around every turn somebody's telling me I'm not.
Well, if you were an orphan, and you were adopted by a family, as Cecily was many a time, you could choose to be a part of that family, or you could run away. If you lost your spouse in a war, you could choose to remarry, or not. And if you were listening to a story, having it read to you, you could choose whether or not to listen. So what do you choose? I feel as though an adopted child should be a part of a family. I feel as though having a book read to you should count as having read it, and I certainly feel that if someone remarries, it should be considered that they are still connected to that person who passed away. And if you feel like you are an Anoa, or you should be at least, I think the answer is fairly obvious. Even if appearances are deceptive, I don't think that matters as much.
I guess you're right. And you see him kind of stare down at the ground and smile. Kind of kick the snow a little bit. Well, I'm a lot less stressed, but I still have a lot more to think about. Thank you, Ashima.
It's not a fast thing. Some people in our world feel as though they were born as the wrong gender, or wrong sex, and it does take them a very long time to feel comfortable in their own bodies. Sometimes it takes fitting in and passing, having people treat you a certain way. It's something that people struggle with their entire life, but certainly having people treat you a certain way does help. So even if you may struggle to come to your identity as a Anoa, I think really what it comes down to is whether or not we think that you're a hero. And I think that everyone in this group could claim you as such.
You think so?
Certainly.
Even Cecily?
I don't think she would ever admit it.
But you think she
But-
thinks I'm a hero? And you see him kind of smile a little bit.
You may have to apply force. Perhaps with a hammer.
Thanks, Ashima.
Of course. All I do is tell people what they already know. I'm not sure why people come to me for wisdom.
I mean, if it goes against something, I totally get it. But I'd really like to hug you right now, if that's okay.
That's alright, I'm sweaty though.
That's okay, I'm really cold, so it'll balance out.
So
And
he'll accept it.
Yeah, Poe will like get down on one knee a little bit, so he's not like picking you up like you're a child.
It is appreciated!
Yeah, he'll meet you at your level and give you.
What's the meme, like how to talk to short people?
Yeah, like squatting down. Oh man, no, yeah, he just kind of politely like gets down very fluidly on one knee, kind of hugs you, and then stands back up. He doesn't linger on one knee. And you can see that his posture's a little better. He's smiling a little more, and he's like, "Thinks I'm a hero, huh? Cool, right." He just keeps breathing as he just kind of walks away. All right.
Very good.
Anything else before you guys begin to head out and away?
I don't have anything.
Out and away!
All right.
Yeah, I suppose not. I think Cecily will eventually kind of give up once if everybody else kind of like starts moving and getting ready to go. She'll be like, "All right, fuck it, just be done for now."
Alrighty. So then, all of you gather your mounts, your wolves, pack everything together, any supplies that you scavenge to make your journey a little bit easier, and you start to travel. Now, because this journey is so long, there is the Fractured Peninsula. There are large sort of scathes of land in which there's just no population of really anything. So pretty much there's going to be several days at a time where you guys are in no contact with anybody at all. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go pull everybody here, just that way you can get an idea where you're at and where you're going. Bop, bop. It'll load here. There we go. Yeah, look at that. All right. So, oh wait. There we go. All right. So 2 days pass without any type of conflict or strife or struggle at all, as you're just kind of making your way throughout the beginnings of the fractured peninsula. So let me go ahead and just fast forward 2 dawns here. Okay, so the 14th of Winter Court. Oh man, you missed Friday the 13th. Good on you. So,
Close call.
Oh wait, actually, Friday the 13th shouldn't be possible because of how that. Oh wait, no, never mind. Yeah, well, I think so. Whatever. All right, doesn't matter. Okay, so you go 2 days without any type of pain or strife or struggle or anything like that. Over the course of those 2 days, was there anything that anybody wanted to do or try during any of your rests or anything like that?
There's something that I would have tried, but while Bianca and Cecily are on the wolf together, no one's really talked to Cecily again since the awkward moment. So while they're riding, Bianca might just be like, "Your arm okay? Your arm from when they bit you, is it okay?"
Oh. Yeah, I mean, what's one more scar, right?
Yeah, and she'll shrug, looking at her own scars. Are you okay?
You mean, like, my insides?
Yeah, kinda.
Well, sometimes, like, I smell or, like, the food I eat isn't good, and that's enough for it to be a bad day. So I'm just gonna go ahead and say that I've had a lot of bad days lately. But, I don't know. Haven't really had, a thing to do in a while. So in the shittiest way possible, feels kind of nice that somebody needs me to do something.
That's an interesting way to look at it. Just know everything's kind of been a lot. And I don't know. We've all got our stuff, but I feel like that last little fight would have shook me up. So if I were in your shoes, I guess, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, first day the Water's Wake team left town, we got attacked by people that wanted to kill Desmond just because he was a Dragonborn. Still don't know what the fuck that was about. But... oh well. You know? Guess it happens to the best of us.
Well, or at least just us. all of us.
I just, I should probably say, thanks for the party thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, thank you for being worth celebrating.
Yeah. I just, don't like when there's a bunch of people, paying attention to me, you know?
Well, that's why I thought it'd be great, having you and Ashima kind of take a little bit of the edge off. But, we all know how that went. So,
Yeah. Well,
had good intentions, though.
I don't know. Just doesn't feel like I, deserve it, I guess.
Why? Especially in our group, we're all super helpful to each other, but the shit you've helped us get through, and all the shit that we've just gone through, and then, just something normal, like actual normal reality happened, like a name day, and it's kind of like, of course we'd celebrate, or at least want to.
It's just, the rest of you got good at your thing because you learned about it and you practiced it, and I didn't do anything. I'm just shitting out lightning bolts on accident. And then I don't know, it just, a lot of you have things you believe in, I guess. I don't really. I mean, I never had much of a chance to think about it. It doesn't really matter what you believe in when you're fucking starving. And then just, I don't know, Poe with his whole gift and the big band and then making it the bracelet, and it was just, I don't know. It's just so pretty, I guess. And
The bracelet? I don't think I got to see it, really.
well, it is. And she'll kind of hold her hand over her sleeve a little bit. Just kind of passively defensive. It's nice. And it feels weird to be wearing it because I'm not. I don't know.
Bianca's just gonna be like, shake, kind of like, what? And like the shaking her head, kind of like, what? I'm really sorry you feel that way about yourself. I also took a while to get comfortable in my own body, especially at a younger age. So, in a way, not that I'm saying I know exactly what you're feeling, but I know in a way, what you're going through. But I want you to know that You are not only incredibly talented, even if you think it's by mistake, I think we can all kind of say that somehow, in some way, our talents are an accident because of, natural talent, and then you just keep training at that thing. Yours might feel a little bit more like an accident because you weren't intending on training at this thing, but you haven't really been making any, accidental things. You have done so much, remember back when we were fighting the Banshee and there was a lot of, I guess you could say, accidents, like growing tails and turning blue. When's the last time something like that's happened? You're getting incredibly good at what you do. And that's kind of similar to the rest of us. Like, all of us are good at what we do because it was always there. You just didn't get to see it like we got to see. And I think you don't see a lot in yourself that we see. You're a lot more like that bracelet than you think. But I know you're not going to take my word for it, because I wouldn't have either, so I'm just going to try and reassure you the best I can.
Sure. Well, okay. We kind of have to be on this wolf for a while, so let's not make it weird.
I wasn't going to make it weird, only you were going to make it weird.
I didn't start saying whatever.
She's just going to laugh. Alright, to make it more weird, if you ever decide you want to talk to somebody about inward feelings, you can talk to me if you want to. I know it's not fun, but I don't talk to a lot of people, so it's kind of like talking to a wall. I can even not say anything if you don't want me to. I don't have to respond. And you don't have to respond right now. Because I don't care if things are awkward. I've been awkward my whole life. So just know that. And then she'll go back to looking at the road, I guess.
Okay. You two are riding along. Ashima, as you and Keotha are riding a wolf together, she'll kind of point out to a tree, and there's a bird on the tree, and she'll be like, "Do you know what bird that is?"
That is,
It's okay if you don't. I was just
Western
curious.
Shrike.
Oh, you know what? I think you're right.
Yes. See the locust trees around?
Oh, yes.
Those things terrify me.
Me too. All right. Let's go back to...
Imagine during the entire time that the nice, emotional, sweet, wholesome conversation was going on, and that one with Kyo and Ashima, Desmond spent this entire ride asking Poe if he could build a sword out of a bunch of random stuff. Like, could you build one out of sand?
Yes.
Could you build one out of vegetables?
Yes.
Could you build one out of glass?
Yes. That's actually really cool.
Could you
Sand, that's like the same thing, though.
build... Fair enough.
That's how you make... I mean, at least the one way to make glass is with sand.
Desmond will just shrug at that one. Could you
Sorry.
make one out of bones?
Yeah. Huh.
What about flesh?
Flesh?
Yeah, like skin.
I mean, you could. I don't know why you'd want to. You see, with swords, you need structural integrity. And if it's just flesh, then it's like a... I could make a flesh whip. But I don't think anybody wants to see
Ugh.
that. Yeah, that's terrible. Okay, how about this? List off 10 different things, and I'll just give you a yes for each one of them. Rapid fire, okay?
Oh, I don't know if I even know 10 different things.
Okay, we'll try.
Hair.
All right. Yes.
Toenails.
Yes.
Bugs.
Yes.
Birds.
Yes.
Potatoes.
No. Not because it's not possible, I just don't want to.
Bianca's horns.
Yes. Not the full blade, but the pommel, that might be pretty cool. Only wielded by her, though. If it's wielded by anybody else, it's weird.
My horns.
Your horns? They're a little small, Desmond.
Not that small.
They're pretty small. I mean, when you look at
They're
Bianca's
not.
horns compared to your horns are pretty small, Desmond.
No, they're not that small.
They're pretty
but
small.
I have
Hey,
combined all of them
hey,
together.
Ashima, whose horns are bigger? Bianca's or Desmond's?
And that is why blue jays are the bandits of the bird. About the same. Bandits
About the
of the
same?
bird world.
Cecily.
What?
Whose horns are bigger? Desmond's or Bianca's? Talking past you, Bianca, by the way.
You see her like lean out comedically, like Bianca's back is the wall, and just fucking what?
It's just answer the question. It's so important to what me and Desmond are talking about right now.
Bianca.
Thank you. This
yeah,
is
but
why.
look, I have.
I mean, unless you added all of Desmond's together, then I guess Desmond.
Thank
No,
you. That's
that's
what
not-
I was saying.
I'm not having this
That's exactly
conversation
what I'm
anymore.
saying.
I'm not. No, I'm done. I'm done.
What about
Yeah,
leather?
I'm done too. I'm
Did you
done.
make a sword out of leather?
Why would you make a
This is-
sword out of leather, Desmond?
I don't know. I'm
The
just-
answer's you can make a sword out of anything. It's not going to be very effective if it's made out of, I don't know, pretzels, but it'll still be a sword effectively. I'm
You're
sorry.
telling me
I didn't
that
mean to
a
yell.
great Noah couldn't kill something with a leather sword.
Well, yeah, you could. It just wouldn't be with a slash. You wrap it around their throat and you choke them out. But then at that point, it's not really a sword. At that point, it's just a choky neck tighty thing. A leather.
Lucky neck tidy thing.
I don't know. Don't make fun of me, Bianca. Gosh.
That was definitely Felicity.
No, it was Bianca. Oh my goodness. Can you make a sword out of leather? I can make a sword out of anything. I'm gonna know it. I'm sorry, Desmond.
No, it's
If I
okay.
call you a bitch. Okay. All right.
Was that summing up our 2 days of travel?
That's pretty much, yeah. Yeah. At about noon on the second day, 1 o'clock on the second day, you're beginning to approach some of the larger plateaus and the much greater change in elevation. As you can see that the area in front of you is completely covered with ice and snow, but it is incredibly rocky. But as of right now, the area that you're in is pretty flat. So let me go ahead and move you guys. Here, pull alt to scene. No! Dang nabbit. Sorry, forgot to uncheck 2 boxes. There you go, now it should work.
That was so dramatic.
No! All right.
Ooh, this photo is a long ass boy.
Yes, it is. Yeah,
It
that's-
is.
It's really pretty though.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't draw it myself. Okay, so you can see that it's very similar, where currently you're in a very flat plateau, but the further you go northward, the more rocky and the more uneven the terrain gets. So, as you're beginning to make your way, you can see that directly on your path, there is what looks to be a small camp set up of maybe 20 people. Let me see. Ashima and Keothi and Bianca would recognize the symbol just from Bianca, either from playing Kingdom and Castles, or Ashima and Keothi from studying history more in depth. Not that Bianca hasn't done it, but
Oh no, she's at the point where everything is kingdoms and castles. So
We have more years.
yeah, it's kind of like when you're watching Lord of the Rings and you're like, oh man, Sam rolled a natural 20 on that attack roll. That was pretty good, Sam.
exactly.
So you recognize the banner, all three of you, as the Land Guard, the banner of one of the few factions of the Land Guard within the Fractured Peninsula. So the Land Guard are a group of people from the Western Salamander, specifically from the Council of Yggdrasil, who are trying to kind of bring peace and prosperity back to the Fractured Peninsula. You could consider them colonizers. They view themselves as like police officers, though. You know, like they're trying to restore order. So, you all begin to slowly approach, and you would know, the three of you that do know them, they are friendly. Typically, they have merchants, they have items for sale. They're typically friendly to travelers as long as they're not attacked first. So it's up to you if you want to stop there. If you wanted to, you could kind of maneuver around them. There's a chance they might see you, but just depends how quiet you are.
Well, do we feel like stopping and making friends, or just keeping going?
Well, I don't really want to fuck with the blood people again if we can avoid it. I don't even know why I'm saying that. Of course we can't. But might be good to have some of the not blood people know who we are.
I'm sure that they would be friendly considering the company. The people of the Council of Yggdrasil, they tend to be rather welcoming to any of my kind, so as long as, if they seem less than friendly, I can say that you're with me and they should treat you at least with respect, even if it's not very kind. I'm sure it'll be fine, though.
Are they gonna... Is it like a outpost?
No,
Like, they're gonna...
They move from time to time. They probably aren't staying here for forever. Maybe headed back up north or headed back down south to restock. It just
So,
depends.
like, there's not gonna be like a shop where
There-
I can buy snacks.
Oh, there might be.
Not a gas station.
There is at least merchants who are dealing in different types of items. I'm not sure about snacks, but I wouldn't rule it out either.
You know what? That's what I want to be when I grow up. I'm gonna be a snack merchant. No one's doing that. Okay, well, there's some people doing that. That didn't answer any questions. Should we go or no?
I mean, if they're heading north, do we want to like head with them? Would traveling in a group make us feel safer? It might slow us down a bit, unless they're speedy. I don't know.
I cannot think of a reason that Ashima would not be okay with that, other than Connor's reason of I don't trust Joe.
I don't trust Joe.
Well,
Yeah,
Cecily,
but not trusting Joe is what makes it a fun game.
I wouldn't have it any other way. So I love Joe.
Joe,
I
you're the
love Joe
best.
because you can't trust him. You can't trust the guy. That's what I like about him.
I can trust Joe Conkle. But if you look in the Discord, it says the Dungeon Master. That guy has got tricks.
Well, all right then.
That
Bianca
guy's a
doesn't care.
charlatan.
Bianca doesn't care either way if we
Heck.
go or don't.
Yeah, I think Cecily's general disposition is like probably travel alone, but it's good if they know who we are, just in case. You know,
To
like
stop
if we have
in.
Yeah, or like if we have rapport already established with them and like some shit goes haywire a few days from now, like I don't want us
That's
getting
true.
mixed up in it.
Isn't there
Again.
didn't the oh geez, Ingvald, didn't he tell us to look out for one of the Landstriders?
Yes.
What was her name?
Oh shit, the person we're supposed to say sorry to for
Yes.
whatever
Was
the
it
fuck happened.
Pistachio?
That is not it at all, I'm sure.
No, but I have other tree nuts in my bag.
Oh, Knut, that's what it was. See, because I did like a I forget what the word is, but where you try and when you need to remember things, you like
Mnemonic
attach-
device.
Mnemonic. You're telling me you know what a mnemonic device is, Desmond, but you don't know what stalwart means?
Well, it was one of the first big words I showed him how to read.
Mnemonic device?
Hey, it helped.
I mean, yeah,
Bianca.
it makes sense. I'm just
Bianca, they. Desmond is fuming.
Oh my god, we need
way
to
to
clip.
go, Bianca.
Fuck.
Felicity screaming. She's like the two big eye emojis, and then her mouth just shrunk.
Anyway, Knut, yeah, a mnemonic device. I like pistachios. That's how I remembered. Actually, it didn't work all that well because I forgot.
You remembered in the end.
Asshole eating pistachios.
What'd you say? No,
Nothing.
no, nothing. Okay,
Nothing at all.
Sound like you called somebody an asshole, but
No, it's
no,
just
no, no,
it's-
no, 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 no.
you
No,
can
no,
afford
no,
to know
no.
what pistachios taste like, and it's,
I'm not gonna do this right now.
Have you tried crying about it, Cecily?
Huh?
Here we go.
Okay, executive decision, we're going. We don't have to stick around, though.
All right.
I'm sorry.
Onward!
Oh god.
We
I'm
killed
sorry.
Joe.
That was not Poe laughing, by the way. I just want to clarify.
That's actually what I say to my students. Mark knows.
Yeah.
Like, whenever they have like a minor gripe about something, I just get in their face and say, "Have you tried crying about it? You're gonna cry?"
Oh man. Alrighty. So with that, the group of you begin to head down the sort of sloped, slanted cliffside, mounted on your wolves, and you begin to make your way towards the Yorman Gandry camp. So, as all of you begin to make your way down, you can see that the camp of Landguard, they're currently, the closer you get, the louder the sort of more raucous nature of whatever they're talking about, as they are not attempting to be quiet, currently drinking and singing and, yelling back and forth at one another, almost like they're in their own personal little mead hall, just sort of talking and enjoying each other's company. And you can see that there's a brief moment where maybe when you're about 40 feet away, they kind of stop, and you can see several heads kind of look over, maybe some whispers, but then they go back to what they were doing, sort of looking at you, perceiving no active threat, and then going back to what they were doing. So then it's up to you, however you want to approach. So still just headed in there.
Yeah,
Like normal
let's
now?
look for snacks first, since that's the one thing we're in here to do now.
I mean,
Hello! Be you snack folk? I do not say that.
So you approach, and there are a few people who
one woman in particular, long sort of auburn hair tied off into a braid, sides of her head shaven, wearing like thick leather with like different metal plates painted with different greens and blues on it. Very decorative, but very obviously a very effective warrior. And she actually, in a way, at least in terms of style of her armor, she does remind you of Sigurd a little bit, the sort of traveling guard with Emeril, just in terms of armor. And this woman, with auburn hair, kind of greets you and says, "Hi, hello there. What brings you out to the Fractured Peninsula, travelers? Very much seems like from a far-off land." Kind of looks to Ashima at that line. But and now kind of looking behind Ashima to Keothi and saying, Jahod Dalar, mighty Anakalatai, and kind of bends ahead and nods to Keothi.
Yes, Jahod Dalar, to you as well, mighty warrior of Yggdrasil.
And Keothi just kind of like looks down to all of you and just kind of like gives like a shrug and a hand up, like,
We're just traveling north, just kind of looking for something, but we just, wanted to stop in and just kind of show that we are friendly and that we are just kind of trying to almost introduce ourselves in a way.
Oh.
She's gonna look to everyone else. And this one needs snacks, and she's gonna point to Cecily.
Well, come on then, young one, by the fire. We have some, got some squirrels and goats cooking right now, so feel free to help yourself.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I'll do that, yeah. And she'll just kind of methodically walk over. Now feeling slightly odd that they're only here to get her snack. But, yeah. I mean, she won't skip the opportunity.
So you said you're headed north then, huh?
Yeah.
Looking for anything in particular? Headed towards Fjargleth, or headed trying to find a boat to Thrall? Don't speak all at once.
We're not exactly sure what we're looking for quite yet. This is kind of just the general direction we've been given, but we're figuring it out as we go. I know that's really vague, and I'm very sorry. I wish I had more answers for you.
That's all right, I suppose. It's just a dangerous place to figure it out as you go,
Yeah, we learned that already. It's kind of why we're trying to make allies, so no one who we actually would want to be helpful towards gets confused about why we're around, even if it's a confusing reason anyway.
All right. No judgment here, so names then. My name's Vigdis. I'm the leader of these Landguard here.
Well, I'm Bianca Dusong, and I'm traveling with everyone here.
Hello, everyone here.
Yes, I am Ashima. Not everyone here. That name is reserved for someone else, likely.
The rest of you?
Cecily will, wave from the fire with a handful of whatever. Be like, my name's Cecily. I am considering crying. And then she'll just start tucking into
Food that good,
what she's
or
eating.
something else?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just considering it.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
My name's Poe. Poe Anoa. And you see him kind of drop his brows and look a little more serious. Poe Anoa, nice to meet you. No recognition on her part. And think that leaves, or as you know, the Anakalathai, so then I think that means you then. Dragonborn?
I've been muted this whole time, 'cause I've been definitely trying to say it.
He's just,
Oh.
Desmond! My name's Desmond!
Desmond O'Malley will be me.
Desmond
'Cause it
O'Malley.
kept telling me, and people were cutting me off because I was like, Desmond, Desmond O'Malley. And then you're just like, that leaves the Dragonborn. I'm like, fucking Desmond O'Malley.
Well, Desmond O'Malley, great to meet you. So, we've got Bianca, Cecily, Ashima, Poe, Desmond, and the Anakalathai. Well, welcome to the camp. Won't be here for but maybe an hour or two longer. We're headed back down south, headed towards Albior. Heard there's some trouble brewing there. Some pirates or something on their way to attack it, or maybe already there. It's just no good to travel on an empty stomach, and sadly, if pirates are already there, very little we can do, being a week's travel away already.
Oh, jeez.
Well, you know, it's part of the life of living, especially on that coastline. It just happens. That's why they call it the Annex. It's sort of left off to survive on its own. It's kind of a miracle it has this long already, still. So, well, you're welcome to sit by the fire as long as you like. I will let you know that come maybe an hour or two from now, we'll be packing up. So, enjoy the heat while you can, and feel free to stay as long as you like.
Thanks, we appreciate it, and it was nice meeting you.
Ah, of course. Of course.
Well, Bianca will join Cecily by the fire, unless Cecily started crying, and then maybe she'll approach differently.
He is not crying. But she is still kind of like, damn. But yeah, she's good.
Okay. Alrighty. So, as all
What
of
am I
you-
eating again?
Well, it just it depended on what size haunch of meat you got. If you got a big chunk of meat, you're eating goat. If it was a little, you're eating squirrel.
Oh, she goes big.
Okay, all right, you got
So
like half a goat leg.
nice.
Oh, big
Yeah,
appetite.
she's
I
tearing
see.
into it.
Yeah. Oh wow. Impressive.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So headed north, you said,
Yeah,
without an end goal.
well,
Oh.
We have one, although it may or may not exist.
yeah, that's kind of the thing.
I think I know about this one. You're looking for the Stormlord's grave, right?
Potentially.
Maybe.
Maybe. Well, hate to break it to you. Call it a legend for a reason. Listen, I've known many a good men and women who've gone searching for it and haven't found it. So, I mean, if that's what you're looking for, that's what you're looking for. I'm not going to stop you, but just know it might not be worth all the pain and strife, especially with what's been brewing up, and especially the Middle Pass. Up in Delmir's Pass. It's nasty stuff. But
Wait, what have you heard about what's going on up there?
well, lost a few good soldiers when we were passing through there a couple weeks ago. Not to conflict, mind you. Hasn't been a fight that we've come across that I haven't been able to deal with or sneak around. There's a gathering of people there.
there are these people from Bromsgrove, Children of the Flame, they call themselves, saying that there is a great battle coming, and that they're trying to head off the pass, so that way whatever forces trying to head down south, they can block them off there. I don't know. We were making our way through, and well, apparently some of those recruiters got quite the sweet tongue and took away 15, 20 of my best soldiers.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
Yeah. And, it doesn't take much. You say, any wealth and honors are yours, and, well, on top of that, the Children of the Flame, they, due to some old writs, long time ago, they can actually conscript followers. Pretty much saying that by the laws given by the lords of this kingdom, Council of Yggdrasil, Tarkir, Iverian, Macavia, pick one, they can pretty much conscript warriors. So, being the lawful people that we are, can't really say no to them, so gotta go. And some go with their friends, and others by choice. They want to serve the flame, bring light to the world, and... Listen, if there does happen to be a dark one, which... no. If there does happen to be one, way above my pay grade. And way above their pay grade as well. I mean, why throw your hat in the ring where it doesn't belong? Risk death, or even worse, making a fool out of yourself.
Well, I can say one thing for certain. That's far beyond our abilities.
Well, there is a small goat's pass that you can find right around there, so that you don't have to interact with the Children of the Flame at all, which I recommend, especially if any of you are natives to any type of law-abiding nation. Then they can conscript you, and wouldn't recommend it. Aye, and then on top of that, we got this new business with the World Jeet.
Oh my god. What happened?
Oh, wow,
I winked once.
Wink.
Okay.
That's called blinking, Mark.
No, it's one eye at a time.
Oh, wow.
Mark never closes both of his eyes. Too easy to sneak up on him that way.
Yeah. When I sleep, I just open my third eye.
Uh,
That was fucking edgy.
So, then the nasty business with the old Jeet, their new types of blood magic. Not good, but at least the main land here, they're spread so thin, it's hard for us to do anything, really. So, do what we can, fight what we can, avoid what we can, in hopes to at least find supplies, sell them off to traders, make their lives a little bit easier, moving up and down the pass. Other than that, excited to get back on the sea, though.
So, you going north or you going south?
South and then east. We're headed towards Albjord. It's about due east of here, but sadly, water's in the way, so we need to head down south, wrap our way around, then head east.
But, we can find some of you folks up north, though?
I sent out several ravens telling them to avoid, if they could, the mainland just because of the Children of the Flame. I don't want any more good soldiers getting recruited. There's a bigger fight that needs to be fought here. But they still could. If nothing else, to watch the fight unfold if there ever is one.
Cecily's gonna lean over to, pitch her goat bone. And while she does, she'll lean to one of the party members and just... Are we gonna mention Knut?
We'd be nuts not to.
Is that your actual opinion, or did you just want to make a joke?
I mean, a little bit of both.
No, just wanted to make sure.
Okay, well, you do it then.
Do you know anybody named Knut?
Ah, Kanat, that ball of Spitfire. Yes, I do. She was one of the first to join the Children of the Flame. Pyromaniac, that one is.
What? Sorry, just a little bit of gristle.
You're fine. But no, Kanat was actually one of the only ones who joined willingly. Claimed they had a higher purpose, that to fight and die for the forces of good, and the battle of light versus dark is all they ever wanted. And, well, far be it from me to tell somebody how they need to die in combat, but least you could do is fight for your own nation, fight for your own people, as opposed to throw it away for some conflict that bards write stories about, and that's all they're good for.
Well, some folks dance too close to the flame.
Oh, aye. Aye, that they do. Well, if you happen to have any gold to spend as well, I'm sure that Albjord could use the repairs. We do have a merchant who has been traveling with us, picking up items along the way. For a group of people heading into a dangerous place like yourself, he might have something that you might, could very well use.
Thank you.
Guess we'll go, take a look at that shit then, huh?
Yeah, and then maybe keep going. What time is it, Joe?
It's about 1:30.
Okay.
You guys have only been here for maybe a half an hour at this point. Okay. So, with that, you kind of scoot up, and it's not a very long walk, maybe 15 feet. There's a man who has a very small table, different small knickknacks set out in front of it, and a sort of a large satchel off to his side. And you can see that there's a this odd-looking creature where it looks kind of like a donkey, but it is much bigger. It has a much wider face, and it is like its skin is blue, as opposed to more of a pinkish hue. It's a very odd-looking creature. It's definitely a pack creature. And you can see the very small, brittle old man. He's got like a fur-lined blue cap, a brown cloak, this sort of red tunic, and these striped red and white pants. He's got a little scale in his hand, and he just has like the tiniest eyes, little glasses pinched onto his nose. And as you approach, he just says, "Oh, why, hello there. Is there anything I might be hoping to sell you today? Anything you might be interested in buying? Have quite the stock available for a group of adventurers like yourselves. By the way, name's Alf." Smiles at you. This is
I would die for him.
Alf.
Oh.
Oh, he's so. Looks
This
like a
is
Legend of Zelda character.
This is the most in all three campaigns of this medieval fantasy game. This is the most medieval man.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
He's cute.
He looks like Elf.
You know, medieval fantasy is usually kind of a loose term, but this dude's straight out of 1234. Look at this guy.
It helps that his art was definitely done for like a history book or something.
Right. I think that's adding to the effect. Yeah.
So,
Or like a video game manual.
from like
the 80s.
2002, yeah.
Yeah.
This guy was
love
definitely in Age of Empires, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yes.
Fucking back of the box for Rise of Nations.
All right, let's stop roasting Alf.
For sale, bro.
All right.
That's why I'm trying to eat a cat once.
So, I have several things for sale. Might be of quite an interest to you. I think I'll present the goods I have available, and then from there you can decide if you'd like to purchase anything. How does that sound?
Yeah, that's how it goes.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Very good. Here we go. I reach into his bag. He'll pull out what looks to be a small, palm-sized. It's shaped like a globe, but it has like flat sides and edges. And you can see that it seems to glow this very, very dull blue, but it has this white core to it. He says, "This right here is called a drift globe. Pretty much what you can do is say the magical word, and it will start to glow as bright as the sun." Show you guys the drift globe.
Ooh. Rasengan.
Yep. So
When
it weighs
you
about
say-
1 pound.
When you say bright as the sun, merchant guy,
Name's Alf.
Al. When you say bright as the sun, is that like a, what do you call them? Like a stretch? There is-
Hyperbole.
Desmond, what the fuck? What? Bianca, we're gonna start taking lessons tomorrow. Okay, look,
I knew
They're all
that one on
perfectly
my
cromulent words.
I'm just saying, if I'm holding something that's actually as bright as the sun, shit's gonna like melt my eyes. So like, how bright does this thing actually get?
As bright as the sun, like I said.
Can you show us an example? What's the magic word?
The magic word is soul. And you can see that the globe slowly begins to float up into the air as he kind of removes his hand. And then it slowly begins to grow in light. And it does pretty much cast the daylight spell centered on this drift globe. So, daylight is a 3rd level evocation spell, pretty much in a 60-foot radius around the sphere. It is bright light and sheds dim light for an additional 60 feet. Now, this also, pretty much any type of magical darkness that was cast at 3rd level or lower, this will dispel it.
Right.
Ooh.
So that's what. As soon as you said it, I was like, oh, might actually be useful.
Yeah.
Since we're fighting a man known as what is he? The Dim Lord.
Yeah, the slightly smoky
Very
man.
low visibility lord.
Yeah. Now,
the not sunny chap.
here's the other great thing about this small globe. So, I'm the one who activated it. Watch this. And you see Alf, he kind of like steps away. And he takes out his little cane from his bag and he starts to walk and walk. And then he gets about maybe 50 feet away, 55 feet away, 60 feet away. And as soon as he's 60 feet away, you can see the globe slowly begin to follow him. 60 feet behind him.
Oh, that's good.
So right at the edge of the light, it is following along with him.
Yeah, I think we need this.
I think that sounds very useful.
Well, before you make any... so he's far away. Well, before you make any decisions, make sure to look at the rest of the items. And then he gets back to where he was. So, now I also see, lucky you got, looks to be a monkey friend here with you. Well,
Hey, now.
monk, person. Luckily, I was able to
Oh,
find...
okay. I
That's
see.
like-
Okay, I see what happened.
Yeah, you can't say that to a halfling, man. That's rude.
It's not very flashy, but I found it in an old ruined village up in Fractured Peninsula. So one thing that used to happen back in the old days, back when people actually lived here, and it wasn't just roving clans of deadly savages, one thing you might be able to find is a group of druids or a collective, they would wield these quarterstaffs that, while they weren't exactly able to bend nature themselves, they were imbued with a magical quality. So, you can see pulling out of that same bag, which the bag is only about 2 feet tall, but he pulls out what looks to be a 4.5, 5 foot long pole, and you can see that it's engraved with different, what look to be dwarvish or giant runes that kind of dimly glow this deep green color, different leather wrappings around it. This right here, a quarterstaff, but a quarterstaff that will just be a little bit better at hitting things and hit a little harder. It's a +1 quarterstaff.
I am fond of masters, but when in Lemnos, as they say, could certainly do well to have that.
It is very high quality. But not just that. I also have a few more things. I've got 2 of these, and he pulls out 2 small glass bottles. These are elixirs of health. Pretty much. I'm sure you've been in a fight where there's been something that's happened to you. You've been blinded, or you've been stunned, or something bad has happened to you. You pop one of these bottles, you drink it, and boom, it's gone. No more blinded, no more deafened, no more stunned, no more paralyzed, no more anything. You're cured. 2 of these. Kind of sets them down on the table. 2 more things to share for sale. Tell you the prices, and then you can decide what you want to buy. This right here, and he pulls out a small stone that seems to be like a dusty primrose color. It's a dusty rose color, and it's a prism, sort of shaped in like a pyramid shape. And you can see that he says, "Now, these are very, very special. They don't look like much, especially right now, but upon attunement to this item, it'll start to float around your head, and it will just orbit and orbit and orbit, and it will glow very dimly. Now, this gemstone is actually imbued with magic from Ayun, the goddess of knowledge. Now, I don't personally very much care for her, but others do. And all this does is it gives you protection from her. So you're a little bit harder to hit by anything that's targeted directly at you. This is an Ayun stone, and it gives you +1 to your AC whenever you are attuned to it." There you go.
These are all useful.
Thank you, and real talk, thank you for giving us kind of the meta for it.
Oh, yeah. And then he says, "Oh, wait. Sorry. 2 more things. Sorry, I forgot one. One I'm very excited about. So this right here is a... Wait a minute. Here we go. 2 more things. So this right here is... Oh, thank you, Low Guns, for the follow. This right here... I like this one a lot. And he pulls out what looks to be a very, very long, thin spear. Those of you trained in more martial weapons would know this as a javelin. Now, the difference is you can see that on that long shaft of wood, it's not just plain. There are etchings and carvings in them as well, except around each sort of... There looks to be these long lightning bolts headed down the sides with the runes carved in between each one of the 4 lightning bolts on the oval that is the shaft of wood. And the runes don't glow anything, but those small lightning bolts, they do glow that very, very dull blue color. This right here is called a Javelin of Lightning. Now, this javelin, when you throw it, as opposed to throwing a normal javelin, provided you speak the command word, it will shoot out 120 feet, and every creature in a line will have to try and dodge this javelin, because it doesn't just stay a javelin, it turns into this massive bolt of lightning.
That's pretty cool.
And the best part is, it doesn't break. You can use it as many times as you like. All you have to do is retrieve the javelin.
Ah, damn it. Never mind.
But like, you gotta know how to throw a javelin, right? Because it starts as a javelin.
Correct, but luckily, learning to throw a javelin is easy enough.
So
Maybe-
like,
A week or two of training with someone who's trained in martial weapons, and if you have no proficiency in any weapons, you could gain proficiency in simple weapons by training with somebody who's proficient in martial weapons.
okay, thanks.
From Joe.
We discussed that I cannot enchant as an infusion an already enchanted object, didn't we?
Correct, you cannot.
Ah,
Yes. All right. So that's
So sad.
That's that. He sets it on the table. One more thing. This one I say for last because most adventurers tend to like it a bit more. They can't contain themselves. They have to get it. I'm sure that you've read books about a bag of holding. Well, I don't have one of those, but what I do have
Nope.
is a handy haversack.
Good.
He sets it down on the.
Oh my god.
He sets it down on the table, and he says, "Now, well, not nearly as useful as a bag of holding, which I have with me right now. It still is quite a handy-dandy tool. So, with a handy haversack, what you can do is you've got a whole bunch of different pockets on here. And in these pockets, you can tuck a whole bunch of things. It's an extra dimensional space that's much larger on the inside than on the outside. So you've got your back pocket, sort of like that main pocket of a backpack, and then you've got the two side pockets. Now, only thing is, what you don't want to do is you don't want to take a bag of holding, holds up his, and a handy haversack, and you don't want to put the two inside of each other. Because if you do, you'll create an extra dimensional rift in space-time and it won't be good. Cameron. You hear me, right? Okay. All right. I just want to be clear that we hear each other. Mr. I have Bahamut's fucking matter in a glass vial.
The thing is that Cameron, correct me if I'm wrong, you've actually talked about doing that.
Yes.
Yeah, I almost
I
Like
know.
many
Yeah,
times.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying this right now.
And the thing is Desmond currently has a bag of holding. It's one of my infusions that I have at the moment.
Oh, do you have one made right now, or just you have it that you can make it?
I can make it.
Okay.
I only have one infusion active right now because I'm not using my slingshot anymore.
So then what I'll do is he goes ahead and he lists off the prices now, and I'm just going to drop those in the chat for you. So there's a drift gloat for 750 gold, a +1 quarterstaff for 1,000, a javelin of lightning for 1,500, the elixirs of health are 250 apiece, the Ioun stone of protection is 1,200, and the Heward's handy haversack is 2,000.
Let me see what our... We
And this is in
have...
gold.
We don't have nearly that much money.
No, we do not.
This isn't.
We have 1,375 gold.
All right,
have-
so no haversack.
Well, yeah.
Again, I can make a bag of holding. We don't need a haversack.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
The elixirs of health are nice, but like I feel like they're mostly a potion version of something that Kyo could do.
Yeah, they don't. They don't have any HP to them, do they?
No. They just sort of cure any thing. So Keothi could do that with
Ooh.
lesser restoration.
Yeah, Mark.
That's what I
makes
was
a good point.
thinking. It was basically a liquid version of Lesser Restoration. So like I think it's useful to have in the same way that a health potion is useful to have, you know, like for when it's not Kyo's turn. But
Yeah, I think. Go ahead.
my priority is Drift Globe. I'm just
Yeah, that's
I'll
what
get
I was
that on
gonna
the table. And then
Well, I was gonna say, what if we try and bargain down either the drift globe or the quarterstaff and aim for those two? Because that'd be nice.
Or the
Or
javelin of lightning.
But I mean, that'll be all our money.
but Cecily can do lightning bolt, right?
I
But the
am
javelin
the
of lightning's really cool.
I mean,
But I
you
am
are-
the javelin.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Throw
just because
me
you
and I
have
shall
it doesn't mean
become
I
lightning.
do.
Don't know what to tell you. I also think that Stone of Protection is really useful. I just don't know if it's like useful enough that we can afford it with the other stuff.
Yeah.
Because I just really think there's gonna be an encounter at some point where we just activate the drift globe and win.
Mm-hmm.
Because it'll decimate.
Yeah,
whatever
or at
we're
least like have advantage on hitting things again or something like that because
fighting.
it's
Right,
just,
without having. Because in the dungeon we had to spend like multiple turns throwing torches and lighting up
Yeah.
things, and, you know. So if we could just have that.
Yeah,
also,
that'd be
just
good.
for if we need to see sometime. I mean,
Yeah.
like, you know, there's also just that.
Because only who all has dark vision in our party? Not a ton.
Me.
Goggles.
It keeps coming up.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Cecily
So
doesn't
we're
have it
like
either.
half dark vision dish,
I-
maybe a little
yeah.
more than half.
I
Okay.
would be disappointed if we didn't walk away with the drift globe. I'll say that now.
Yeah, I think we should totally get that. But we have 1,375 gold, and I kind of liked the idea of the +1 quarterstaff for our monk because that would be just very helpful as well.
As the monk, I also like that idea. Does anybody want to kind of anybody
I
charismatic
also-
want to haggle a little bit?
Oh, bloodstained jewelry! Ah, yes, Desmond.
Yeah, I had the bloodstained jewelry, but I am wearing the rings. I think there were like an amulet and like something else maybe, but
Do you remember what the
and I
total
don't
gold
think I
value
wrote
was?
down. I thought I wrote it down, but it doesn't.
I recall 3 or 350 somewhere around there, but that is just my memory, and I am a human being, so
That is just my memory.
I don't know. But I think it was about 300
That
or
last
so.
session or the session before?
That was last session.
Yeah, because it was right after the
I
fight.
mean, like I can go look real quick, run through the YouTube video.
I think Mark is right. I think it was 350. So we'll say an even 300 if you're going to keep the rings. Best I can do is $2.
Oh no!
Plus the 300,
Here, I'm also.
we
gonna-
have 1687.
And then I feel like, so sell the jewelry, haggle a little bit, and then we can get the globe and the staff.
Yeah. And then we are absolutely broke as a party.
But we have an
Is the
orb
money everyone's money
and a
combined or
staff.
just the group money?
That's the group money. I guess I didn't really look at what I had.
I think I have
kinda
like
forgot
60
what I
gold or
had.
something like that.
We can still haggle, so we're not absolutely broke too.
Yes, please.
Okay, I got. When did I get? Okay, so I have 97 platinum, which I don't know where that came from.
That was the money Rose gave you. She gave you like 100 platinum when you guys left Summer's Rest.
Oh, okay.
For like what you did like with Selrid and
Okay.
So if you have 97 platinum, that's 970 more gold.
Well, that's great.
That's not negligible. That's a large amount of money.
That's such a large amount of money. And 61 gold, but let's focus on the
And
platinum.
get the javelin.
so Keothi has 10 and Poe has 15, so that's an extra 25.
25
And
gold.
I have 3 or 5.
25 gold, yeah.
You can
So-
sell him the necromancy hammer. Just kidding. 'Cause that's
Just
not a good idea. Just
That sounds
wave in people's
like
faces.
Maybe not.
Oh my god, that sounds like such a bad idea.
sell him Bahamut's flesh.
Oh my god.
Just
Ah.
hey, have this.
You said you know the Ioun lady. Do you know that?
The other thing
Bahamut
is that
chap?
Desmond just likes it. He thinks it's cool, so I'm not gonna give it to anyone. Can I use it? No. Am I gonna keep it?
Man.
Yes.
So do we
Truly
wanna-
all
okay.
Cecily
Probably.
could sell him as juggling balls.
So
So
also I low-key am thinking, because I forgot that Bianca has an abacus. So she's sitting here with her abacus doing the math. So Bianca, she can do math, but she is not persuasive. Hey, persuasive people in the party, you want to haggle a little? Because Bianca's going to do this thing where she's like counting the numbers and she's like, it's kind of tight if we want these two objects, and then look over at like Poe and Cecily.
Poe probably has the higher persuasion. I have the higher intimidation. Just throwing that out there.
Oh my God.
If you intimidate Alf, I will cry.
Are you going to cry about it?
Yeah, I just told you I was.
Yeah, no, I don't want to intimidate him either. I want to save my first intimidation roll for something else. Fun fact, by the way, never rolled intimidation. Have a +6 in it.
That's great.
It's kind of funny.
Okay. All right. So Poe will kind of shuffle over to you, Bianca, and just kind of be like, whisper, like, "So what's the angle?"
It's a good Poe line.
Is Alf like 100% just looking at us right now as he says that, though?
Yep. Not the smartest cookie in the.
Sweet Poe.
That is what Poe would do, though.
This is true.
Role-played Poe moment, if you will.
We might. So the thing is, we're just a little under getting both the quarterstaff and the globe. But I mean, maybe there's room for a little bit of a deal. I don't know. If you want to ask him that?
Yeah. Alf's looking at the two of you, and Poe's like, yeah, I got it. I've been working on my.
Also, Bianca totally then, like, after she found the true number on her abacus, she, like, redid it so it didn't look like the actual number that they actually have.
Good.
I'm gonna make a perception check for Alf right now.
That's fine. I kind of was putting that out there just because poor Alf.
He's a little too focused on Poe right now being so obvious.
He's so obvious.
I think I got something.
Okay.
I think I got something. Hey, Alf. You're a pretty cool guy. So listen. Let's do this. You see, I don't know if you know. But you see, we like to help people. You ever heard of Summer's Rest before? Can't say I have. That's all right. It's a smaller town.
Poe, might I be of some assistance?
Yep, tag in.
All right. Alf, as a monk, I am sworn to honesty. And I do like the look of that quarterstaff. However, it would be very selfish of me to bankrupt my party in the process. Is there a deal we could come to? I think we have in our budget, I would say maybe, how much was it? 1,300 and something?
Yeah, we originally, before Bianca's personal amount, it was like 1,375 that we had.
Okay, so I'll just say,
Hey,
Our
my
budget.
internet has been out this whole time, but in that amount of time, I did watch on my phone that video, and it was 400 gold for all of the jewelry, is what you said
Okay,
last
so we'll say
session.
350, omitting the rings.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. You said I found about 400, and then I did the stealth check to clean off the rings and put them on my body. Is what happened, but
Yeah, so
I don't know.
So I think you would have found 400, and then you would have
Uh-huh.
cleaned off some of it and put it on, and so then it would take it down to 350.
Okay, cool.
say, our budget range goes to about 1,300. Now, I'm sure you have one as well for what you can sell items at. But I'd very much like to see both of us walk away with something we need. Now, we do have some, Desmond, you said you had some jewelry. He had found some before. Very, very high quality, easily enchantable.
We're also using the stuff for good because we're good guys. We're trying to help people. Right, Ashima? No, Poe's kind of like, yeah.
Oh, that as well.
It kind of licks you up and down. Go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage.
Okay.
I actually looked and it works out. You and Poe have the same modifier for persuasion.
Okay, good.
Yeah. But this way it's more
Really?
fun because you're rolling it.
If it's
Yay.
+3, then I guess I
Dice make shiny click clack.
Oh!
And just because it rolled high, I want to add something if that's okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
sure.
It's +6.
In addition, we had heard about all of those adventurers and soldiers being conscripted. Fear that there may be some time before we run into any merchants, you run into any adventurers. We'll both need something to tide us over. What do you say?
Well, I think I can say deal. Drift globe,
Very good.
quarterstaff, yours for 1350.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, we can make that work.
All right. Very good. And you know what? I like you. You seem like a wonderful group of young people. If we happen to ever cross paths again, I'll make sure to give you a 10% discount.
Yay.
Oh,
look at
thank you.
that.
We really appreciate it.
And I always
Everybody's
appreciate
happy.
Paying customers.
Fucking sweet. We got things.
Okay, so
Stuff.
now
So
our
much better
group
than when we
fund.
left Summer's Rest and we bought like rope
Oh yeah,
or whatever.
Hey man,
group
that rope came in
fund-
handy.
is now
did.
25 gold. And Desmond, you can keep your money and Bianca can keep hers. So realistically, we have more money, but the group general fund is 25.
Basically almost nothing.
Yes, but Desmond and Bianca have money and they're not, well, Bianca's not too selfish. I don't know about Desmond, but
All right. So
I bet he just needs a good reason.
Ashima, I added the Riald's quarterstaff to your
Yes.
thing here. Let me just change it so it uses dexterity as opposed to strength.
I'm so excited that I've got a magic weapon now. I've not.
yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
I mean, I've had one, but like, you know.
+9 to hit and +6 d6 +6 bludgeoning damage. Woo!
Hell yes.
And then who's carrying the drift globe?
Cecily, I guess, because she's not carrying anything else but juggling balls. So there's definitely not a lack of space.
All right. You now have one drift globe. That is the only you're carrying 1 pound,
Yep.
which is
Yep.
You know, I'm gonna add just one more thing here. Give me 1 second to your character sheet.
Oh yeah. What else?
The weight of your decisions.
The weight of your decisions.
See, he added stale bread.
Good.
Sweet. Can you also add
crackers.
juggling balls? This is very important to me.
That's definitely a tool.
Yeah, that's they're a tool of the trade.
Balls. Rarity. Common. Weight, 1 pound. Price, priceless.
Priceless.
Truly, cannot be sold.
I'll say, I'm gonna give you half proficiency with your juggling balls, and it's gonna be a dexterity check.
Sweet.
Source, Mark's brain.
I just figured way back in the session 1 that with her disguise kit proficiency, one of her things was like, tip me and come see me at the circus later, and then there was no circus and she went and bought dinner.
I just like your inventory: drift globe, stale bread, juggling balls. What else do you
Yeah.
need to be an adventurer? Truly.
I mean, as a sorcerer,
Sure, you're not a bard.
Cecily, carry my stuff.
Yeah, man.
Refuse.
Refuse.
Oh god. Okay. Alrighty. So with that, as you finish your transaction, hand off the gold to Alf. He gives you your items, and he says, "Well, is there anything else I can do for you all, or is that it? Is that it?"
I believe that may be it. We'll still got quite a bit of ground to cover today.
All right. Well, and as you sort of look behind you, you can see that the land guard are currently packing up their supplies, extinguishing the fire, strapping on their backpacks, and Alf says, "Oh, well, looks like it's my time to go too. And leave, that is. Not dying anytime soon." Throws all the stuff in the bag.
You sure, Alf?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
Sounded. Yeah, Oh.
Starts
all
walking
right.
away.
Cecily steps over to the group and just be like, "That. Am I the only one that sensed a. Whatever."
As as they're all beginning to sort of migrate away, Vigdis does approach all of you, and she'll sort of clap you on the back, Cecily, now that there's this shared camaraderie between the two of you because you devoured a goat leg. She sort of slaps you on the back and says, "So, we're headed off, and, well, like I said, we'll be in Albiord, so if you happen to find yourself in Albiord, feel free to stop by, say hi. But if not, I wish you luck on your journey wherever you're headed."
Cecily's gonna, like, stumble forward a little bit, but try to hide it when she gets hit on the back. Like, oh, jeez. And she'll just kind of, "Oh, yeah, cool. Let me know if there's, goat."
There'll probably be goat, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Jeez, I'm so
The
bad
goat's
at
out there.
okay. She's kind of just rubbing at her face, just like, God, I forgot how to socialize.
All right, well, good luck then, and stay safe, and, well, happen to find any Uoljeet or other unsavory types, kill them extra hard. So,
You got it.
give you a nod and put her fist to her chest, left arm cross against her chest, and say, "Jaho Delar," and sort of give all of you a nod, and then head on her way. And Keothi returns it, "Jaho Delar." Nice people.
Yeah, that was really helpful. I'm glad we stopped.
Yeah. They were good. Good people.
Ashima,
Yes.
I thought about it.
Yes.
No, but I will shut up.
I appreciate you thinking about it.
All right. And
We
with
got her to
that,
shut up at least.
And with that, as you guys are gathering your supplies and you begin to head further north, looking for this Temple of Time, that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break. So, we will be right back. Just like it has been for the other sessions and with Salamander Coast last week, as opposed to the traditional break screen, there are now just clips playing. Now, the only downside about that, just for a reminder for you guys, keep an eye on Discord because I'm going to send you a message as soon as we're going to hop back. Okay?
That's good.
Alrighty.
Okie dokie. All right, thank you all so much for hanging in, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, see you in a bit.
Woo!
I
We need to put a stop to that. That makes me very uncomfortable.
Well, let's worry about the tyrant that's coming here first, shall we?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm a functional member of society.
Debatable.
If I had a negative 10 to insight, I would still call you on your bullshit.
He is ruled by his emotions. I take no offense, Styrbjörn Jarl, and I thank you for your fealty.
Man, look at that hair.
It is natural to fear change, to resist it.
Look at it.
But all things change and
Drink
all
it up.
things end. The
It's
lessons
fabulous.
of Ragnarok.
Easy breezy.
We will speak
L'Oreal.
again soon.
It's so stupid.
Oh wait, he has advantage because pack tactics.
Yes, he does.
That was sad. Okay, well, fuck you and give me my fucking strength saving throw.
The horn playing twice really sold that.
Yeah, it really did.
So this
And if the world has almost been destroyed countless times, what's one time more? Let's just keep it at almost.
I have faith in that.
Well, okay. We're gonna have to be on this wolf for a while, so let's not make it weird.
I wasn't gonna make it weird, only you were gonna make it weird.
I didn't start saying whatever.
She's just gonna laugh. Alright, to make it more weird. If you ever decide you want to talk to somebody about inward
Picking carrots right now.
I thought when she said I have to go tend to the garden, it was some kind of like,
ethereal
you know, just
time.
like I need to go tend to the garden. That is time.
No,
Just I'll be right back.
nope, this time looks like a real one. It's right there.
Okay.
About 20
Alright.
feet away.
Hey, it's because she's tending to the perennials.
Okay, I think it'd be best if we split up now.
Yeah, let me Guess, you gotta put it on your throat. You
Yeah.
Put the mic on your throat. I'm sure that was terrible.
Yeah, I think
I'm so sorry if you're wearing headphones. I hope we lost viewers. Can we? Can I like, pull up the stream on here? Desmond and the Anakalathai. Well, welcome to the camp. Won't be here for but maybe an hour or two longer. We're headed back down south, headed towards Albior. Heard there's some trouble brewing there. Some pirates or something on their way to attack it, or maybe already there. It's just no good to travel on an empty stomach, and sadly, if pirates are already there, very little we can do, being a weak.
He indicates with his eyes that it just be.
It's like droids on Star Wars. You just get one grunt, but it's like you interpret it as like an entire sentence.
Yeah, you said it, Chewie.
Oh my god.
Fuck. Well. Yeah, Cecily's smack on some eggs. That's what's happening. That's what.
Play with, and then he just wanted a
Well,
cookie.
now he's
so
got
he said,
now he's got a knife as well.
oh,
give him that.
He is 8.
Yeah, I had a knife when I was like 4.
He's. I'm going to wager you're a little bit more. Not mature.
I'm very mature.
Knife table.
Or like a history book or something.
Right. I think that's adding to the effect. Yeah.
So,
Or like a video game manual.
from like
The 80s.
2002, yeah.
Yeah.
This guy was
love that.
definitely in Age of Empires, that's for sure.
Yep.
Yes.
Fucking back of the box for Rise of Nations.
All right, let's.
I want you to worry about this thing with your family. We're gonna get you answers, and that's what I care about right now. I'm fine.
Well, I mean, I care about you too. So, as if anything's wrong with, well, with the other thing, I care about that, but I also want to make sure that
Pistachios taste like, and it's,
I'm not gonna do this right now.
Have you tried crying about it, Cecily?
Huh?
There we go.
Did not have all the ingredients of said cocktail when I made it.
Alec blinks.
It's a metaphor, I'll tell you later.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sorry. She's just gonna hold up her hands like, I'm sorry.
I did say I didn't promise any.
Communication sound. I'm looking at you.
What? Sleeping dragon.
Call it T-bot. It's like a teapot. Bot.
That is an in-character and in-person laugh.
Haha, did I
Not-
slay the beast?
No. This friend wanted to visit you. And you know what? And she kind of like holds up the spider and looks at it. You see, these ones are actually...
Stars faints again.
She'll like nudge him with her foot again. Cyrus, come on. And I'll like try to smack him. Not hard.
When shall we three meet again? In thunder, lightning, horn.
Got a blast!
We are back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Salamander Coast, and welcome to Roll with Advantage if you're new here. Just a quick reminder, if you would like to, we'd love to have you join our little Roll with Advantage Discord. We do a lot of talking about just generally nerdy things, the campaigns, D&D, movies, really just anything. Also, we have a spot on the server called Cute Ass Animals, and I think that that is enough reason to join a server. Is every once in a while somebody posts a cute ass animal, at least just for me. Also, snack check. Yeah, I don't have anything. I ate a singular fry during the break, and I also have my traditional unhealthy drinkage of a Monster Energy because I hate myself. But you know.
Wow, Joe.
I mean, like, not in like a serious way. Most of the time. So,
I've like recently gotten into energy drinks, and it's a problem.
Yeah, it's the caffeine addiction. Once you get it, you can't shake it, and
Gosh, those things are so bad for you. Let me just drink this entire thing of coffee that I have every single morning.
You know, what can you do? All right, so with that, let's go ahead and dive back into the session here. So, picking up where we left off, all of you had encountered a group of Landguard. Sorry, there's so many names to things. I had to make sure that I got it right. You run into a group of Landguard, these protectors from the Council of Yggdrasil, these people who come into the Fractured Peninsula hoping to spread like safety and protection, almost kind of policing the more savage and brutal instinct of this area of the world. Now, you ran into them. They were quite friendly to you. They gave you some advice. They gave you some warnings about what is up north. A gathering of the Children of the Flame. People who are this faction that is dedicated to destroying and rooting out the Dark One and all Dark Friends associated with them. Now, all of you do have some brief knowledge of that faction, as Keothi shared a story one time about how when she and her adventuring companions at the time, the Yorman Sunner, how they had been traveling through Bromsgrove, and for the most part, the Children of the Flame that they encountered, they accused Keothi and the Yorman Sunner of being Dark Friends, of being these aides to the Dark One. A conflict, a fight broke out, and they had to run away from Bromsgrove as fast as they arrived. So you already know that the Children of the Flame, while their motives might be good, it seems as though the actual way that they try to apply those motives tends to not exactly be the most pure and kind. There's a lot of name-calling and scary propaganda-like tactics. A lot of, like, McCarthyism, you know? Communist, a lot of that stuff. So, you already don't have a good feeling about that. But, at the end of the day, in truth, your motives and their motives are in alignment. But
join the Dark One just to spite them.
They were mean to Keothi.
I'd bring her at the end of the world. I would for her.
So, you know what you have to do. You have to head northward to find this Temple of Time, a ruin of a long-forgotten order that Freya once belonged to. You must find this so you can travel back in time to prevent the heist of Bromsgrove from ever happening, for the good of the world, for the good of the future. So, you attempt to do just that. You begin your travels, and after 2 days of travel, you encounter the Yorman Center, and now you continue on your journey. So, continuing on here, you end up traveling your first day here. Let me go ahead and so that have that reload. Wow. What? Okay. Go ahead and travel your first day. Well, you've traveled 2 days already, and now you continue to travel a couple more days. You end up crossing the first of 3 land bridges. Now, the first land bridge is the smallest. It's barely any gap. There's no dangerous individuals that lurk on this first bridge, and it's frequently patrolled by the land guard. But who knows, maybe if you do have to travel back down, that might not be the case because of what you were told at camp. So I'd say you travel another 2 days maybe without any type of attack, insurrection, really anything, until the second day again, right around 10 a.m. Now, before we get to that point, is there anything anybody wanted to do or talk about before then? Or are you kind of good just to keep going?
I think there's a little roleplay thing that Cecily wants to do with Ashima, I think.
Okay, yeah, sure.
At some point. So, I said the thing about her, like, shittily meditating, that first morning. She's been doing that, kind of, day by day. And I think one of these mornings, which, you know, like, what would it be like at this point, like the 5th morning or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, by the 5th morning or something, I think she's finally gonna cave and just see Ashima doing his morning routine and just kind of like, and just let him finish. And then catch him in the morning, you know, where in some sort of, like, I imagine some sort of, like, half natural shelter, maybe just like a covering or whatever, I don't know.
Oh yeah, there's
wherever we are.
Several, like, rocky plateaus that are kind of sticking out, that you can just kind of hide under for some cover from the snow and wind. For
Cool.
sure.
So we're just chilling in a tundra gulch. Awesome. I want to camp with my friends in a tundra gulch. But so she'll approach Ashima after let him do all of his routine. Don't want to interrupt that. And then just kind of like, hey, Ashima.
Yes. Hello.
Okay. I could use.
You could
your
use
help with the thing, and she's kind of cringing, like asking anyone for help is just like you can see the just the seething pain.
Yes, I noticed. You have been very
Yeah.
publicly trying to meditate in hopes that I will come over and correct you, so you would not have to ask for help.
Well, I mean yeah.
Did it occur to you why I have not come over to help?
Because it's better for me if I ask or something.
No.
Because it was funny.
No.
Alright, I'm coming up dry.
I don't need to correct you. You're not doing anything wrong.
Huh? Well then how... What do I do?
Whatever you want. Truly. When I do my morning stretches and exercises, that is one form of meditation. You, adjusting your legs, making a grunting noise, getting fed up, throwing them the other way, and then standing up and pacing is another.
Really?
You could meditate even while swimming through the most treacherous of waves. Here's the thing, and he'll actually like sit up straight and look at her. Meditation is not a thing. A lot of people will tell you you need to sit a certain way, you need to think about a certain thing, but actually it's quite the opposite. Think, if you will, that there is a very loud monkey in your brain. And what that monkey wants to do is eat and explore and overthink and do whatever. It wants to be a monkey.
That's pretty easy for me to picture.
There you are. So, that monkey brain is what compels us to do things like overeat or overspeak or jitter with our hands, all of these things, to fill in silence of body and mind. So how do you get a monkey to sit still?
Oh, jeez. I don't know.
I suppose
Knock
they
it
don't
out,
have
I
monkeys
guess.
where you come from, do they?
I mean, like street dogs, kind of the same thing. They don't stop.
Okay, well, think of it as a street dog then. How do you get a street dog to stop barking?
Well, you sometimes, I guess, you train it from birth, but that's not really an option with me anymore, is it?
Even a dog trained from birth will still bark occasionally.
Hmm.
Give it something to chew on.
Okay.
Have you ever questioned why I speak in riddles and this circular logic and these strange aphorisms?
Well, honestly, I've taken it all personally. I'm sure you only do it to annoy me. But no, I haven't really.
That's only half the reason. The other half of the reason is because, much like, quite literally, throwing a dog a bone, it gives you something to chew on for far longer. When I told you the other day, if you were thinking about crying about the fact that you don't get to eat pistachios, what did that make you think about?
A lot of shit, I guess. I mean, it was a weird fucking question. I don't know if anyone's asked me that before. And then I started thinking about how it's kind of a talent that I was able to upset a Loshari monk as much as I have the past few months. So that's something, I guess.
To be fair, it is a very, very spectacular thing you've done. But it's more that important that you thought about why you cry in general. I've seen you cry many times, although you've tried to hide it. To many things. Trauma, sorrow, loss of loved ones. I don't think pistachios really hold a candle to that. So rather than telling you, Cecily, get over it, there are bigger things to worry about, I gave you a bone to chew on. Are you going to cry about it? So, in order to meditate, you don't need to sit a certain way or think a certain way. You simply need to distract the street dog in your mind by giving it something to chew on. Sometimes, it's just breathing. That trick that you do to calm your anxiety is very useful in meditation. Focus on breathing. The street dog in your brain says, oh yes, breathing. Very important. We need that to live. And you've distracted it. So now, that dog will not go sniffing in any garbage cans, or barking at squirrels, or chasing its tail. It'll sit quietly and contemplatively. And focus.
So really, the part of me that is trying to do anything is the part of me I have to make quiet so I can actually meditate.
In a sense, yes. The reason why I prefer the monkey is partially because there are monkeys where I come from, and also because it's impossible to do anything with a monkey on your back, as they say. So, before you can take on a task, get the monkey off your back. Give that dog a bone.
Man.
And then, once you have quiet in your mind, you can focus.
It's gonna be really hard, Ashima. I mean, you said the monkey-dog thing is like what makes you eat too much and talk too much, and I mean, that's kind of all I do.
He'll just start staring at her.
I don't know, it's just like... Huh. Wait. Okay. I won't speak again until something important comes up. And she'll just kind of sit there for a little bit. And she'll start off kind of drumming her fingers on her leg or whatever, but then slowly calm down. And you can see her actually thinking about something now, and just sort of... When I was training back in Summer's Rest, Emeril said that these powers I have, I can't really learn them or teach myself them. That they're just going to show up. But when they do, if I have a clear head and I let them in, that I can get used to them sooner. So that's kind of what I'm trying to do. And I've got some of it figured out. I mean, I don't know. There's not really words for it. It's just... I don't know if the weave is, like, real. You know what I mean? Like, maybe it's just a way of making everything make sense. But I do feel it once in a while. And I find pieces of it. And strings. And sometimes the little thing just makes more sense. Like, one night I could hardly sleep, and I started thinking about this. And she'll, in kind of succession, cast Shocking Grasp and Firebolt and something along the lines of Witch Bolt, even though she doesn't technically have it anymore. And just kind of be firing them off and see the lightning. I can hold it, and I can shoot it. And then one day I knew how to shoot fire, and I just knew that I had to be able to hold the fire too. And then one day I found this wheel thing. And I'm still kind of working on it, but... Well, here. And she'll put Shocking Grasp in one of her hands, and then she'll just kind of like make sort of a fluid turning motion, and the lightning of Shocking Grasp will turn into like acid. And then she'll twirl it again, and it'll be fire, and then frost, and then like a smoky poison cloud, and then just like some booming black thundery energy. And she'll just let it go after a bit. I don't know how the fuck I'm able to do that, and I feel like maybe I just need to calm the fuck down and figure that out. So you've already helped a bit, but if there is anything... I mean, I was gonna try to do it on my own, but we sorta have to, you know, save the world now. So...
I'll give you another thing to chew on.
Right.
How did
Street
you
dog
learn how to walk?
Huh. I guess someone else would have to tell you that.
No. You can tell me. I'm not interested in the words of other people. I'm not talking to them. How did you learn how to walk?
Well, I guess I tried to a lot. And kept fucking up. And then one day was able to do it.
Could you write me an instruction manual on how to walk?
Not a very good one. But I know how.
Then that's all that matters. Will you forget how to walk?
Well,
We'll have to carry you.
Unless some fucked up magic guy makes me forget, I don't think so. I mean, who knows at this point?
And it doesn't matter how you learned how to walk. You know how. You will continue to know how tomorrow, and the day after that, and likely for the rest of your life.
Do you think juggling is a good way to occupy the street dog brain?
I can't say, actually. I don't know how to juggle.
Well,
you could try.
Kind of like learning how to walk. I can't really tell you.
Then I'd be very excited to learn.
Well, I'm gonna go try that instead then. I don't think sitting still is something I'm gonna figure out too soon.
Monkeys and dogs are different animals.
Okay. Cecily will go ahead and get up and sit back in her very obvious corner that she's been blatantly meditating in the past few days. But yeah, this time she will just get out her juggling stuff and just kind of practice for it. She's rusty, so that's going to be a bit of a problem, but it definitely won't be meditation at first, because she's going to have to, like, get good at it again. It's kind of been a bit.
That way it's just like...
But at least it will occupy her the next few mornings of the journey. And then maybe it can become just a thing she does so that her brain has time to think.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So you can practice a little bit more. And whenever you stop for the night, you can practice juggling a little bit more. And we'll say by the end of, like, the second night, you have it back at least a little bit now, where you can juggle without focusing on it too much, where it's just kind of muscle memory, where it finally re-clicks. So you now have a way to start meditating, to start trying to organize your thoughts. Now, you can see that there was one time as you were meditating where you had like just gotten it, and you were kind of like, you were juggling and you were focusing, and you kind of open your eyes and you just saw Poe just kind of like looking at you and just kind of like smiling. And then as soon as you open your eyes and he sees you looking at him and he realizes he's smiling, his face drops to like a frown, and he just kind of looks down at the ground at a rock, and it's just frowning at a rock.
At which point Cecily drops all three of them comedically. Like she does the thing where you just stop juggling and they go tunk 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 and just all hit the floor. Okay. And she kind of Poe?
He's not responding. It's one heck of a rock. Look at that. It's that got an ant on it? That's crazy. So many. It's got a lot of divots. It's a crazy rock.
All right.
Kanj, did you? I was really into this rock here. Did you?
Yeah, no, you don't have to lie. I'm just gonna go do this. Oh, we're really gonna need to work on your lying sometime soon.
It's like together work on it? Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, totally.
How else would I?
I mean, Desmond's good too. Like Desmond could help too. Like if we didn't, like if we wanted to be like a group thing as opposed to just like a duo thing, we could have Desmond. Desmond could help or not. I'm cool either way.
Here from the side where Desmond's been sitting. Yeah, I'm probably better than Cecily is anyway.
Well, you see, Poe, and she'll kind of lean in so Desmond doesn't hear as much. The better liar would want you to think that they're the worst liar. So when they lie, and you're actually convinced, you think to yourself, well, they wouldn't have me convinced. They're not that good of a liar, so they must be telling the truth.
Oh my god. You're playing like
and lucky Desmond couldn't
5D
hear you.
chess, and that's insane. You're good.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. You know, for what it's worth, I think that Desmond's the better liar. Don't you?
Cecily's gonna kind of just nod a little bit with a bit of a smirk and yeah, that checks out.
Man. And you see him kind of like, he's just kind of like looking at you a little bit and just kind of like nodding and smiling, and then realizes that he was doing it for too long and is like, oh wow, is that another ant on the rock? That's crazy. Huh.
Oh, what's up?
Nothing. Nothing. No. Nothing.
Poe.
No.
You made me talk about my shit. Do you have shit?
And you see him he kind of stops for a minute and then kind of exhales and then goes, no, actually, I'm good. For the first time in a while, I feel good. And he just kind of gives you like a very sheepish smile with that. It's very genuine.
Okay.
Whoa! Whoa, what a rock, right? You see this?
I'm gonna keep meditating then.
Yeah, please. Oh, Desmond, did you say something? I think Desmond needs to talk to me. You meditate. I'll leave you alone. Yep.
He didn't, but go ahead.
I think he did.
I'm sure you think he did.
Correct. And he'll get up and go. All right. So Poe, he kind of sits next to you, Desmond, and just kind of like says, "Pretend to talk to me."
So, do you think you can make a sword out of water?
Ashima, did you need something? Ashima.
Poe, that's not fair.
Ashima, what's up? Ashima, Poe will sit next to you and be like, "Can we just please sit quietly?"
Well, we were.
Shit. Ah, Bianca!
Oh, I'm giggling. This is
Yeah.
Can you please help me?
With?
I just feel so anxious right now, and I don't know why. I keep approaching people, and I say the wrong thing, and then they say something to me, and then it's wrong, and the conversation's just wrong, and it's wrong, and then I have to leave.
No, okay. No, we're leaving, all right? Okay. I say the wrong thing about 80% of the time, so join the club. You can sit here and say the wrong thing with me if you want.
Coolio.
No judgment here.
Thank you. Kind of sit down. And then just kind of, like, look at you. And, like, look away. Like, look at you. See that rock over there?
Yeah, I think there's an ant on that rock. It's a good rock.
It's 2 ants, actually. It's on
2?
those. Yeah, I looked at it way too long earlier.
There's actually something I've been wanting to talk to you about.
Oh, jeez. And you see him kind of eye Keothi, like he's plotting his escape plan.
I mean, if you don't want to talk right now, that's fine. It's nothing about you.
No, I'm cool, sister.
Actually, Joe, okay, I have a question. Should I wait for Evan to show up to have more conversations with Poe?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like, it has nothing to do with you. It's more just like advice that I think maybe you would be the best one to give.
And you see him kind of like drop looking at Keothi and just kind of like look at you very quizzical. Yeah. What's up?
So, I know you mentioned your dad to me way back when we were still hiding out with the Brotherhood before we went down in the hole. Remember how I mentioned that I was going to write a letter to my parents just in case we didn't come back?
Yeah.
Well, I did. Yeah. And so assuming they got that letter, they think I'm dead. And even if they didn't get the letter, I didn't show up at Giant's Bridge.
Oh.
And I know I didn't really know if, Keothi or anyone else really could like relate, just because seems like we're the two with family members that we care about still, or just have still alive.
And you can see him kind of cringe at that. And he kind of like was looking at you, making eye contact, and then kind of like looks down at the ground and kind of like tucks his knees into his chest.
But I also knew it was a sensitive topic for you too. And I'm sorry, like I said, if you don't want to talk about anything.
It's okay. I hadn't said anything yet because everything been so crazy, but I was able to talk to my dad, actually.
You were?
Yeah. Freya, in her cabin, she, while everyone else was away, I was just talking to her one morning. And she told me that I wasn't a weed, and she asked me if there was anybody that I wanted to talk to. Because she could do that. And I said I'd love to be able to talk to my dad. And she did some type of spell, I don't know. I saw him. I talked to him. He was in the halls of the Anoa. He wasn't in Water's Wake. I was gone. And I wasn't there for him. And the worst part is most of the time he talked to me, he didn't even recognize me. I didn't say anything because I don't know, it seemed like such a small thing, and
It's not a small thing. At all. And Bianca, if Poe is open for a hug, or not even open, just like looks like he could use one, she's gonna give him a hug.
yeah, as he's like sitting next to you in the snow, you wrap your arm around him, and just like even though Poe is about the same height and even a little bit wider than you, he just kind of like falls onto your shoulder like he's a little kid. Just kind of leans on your shoulder and says, I just miss him so much. And I wish I didn't leave.
Bianca's kind of tearing up at this point. I understand. I sometimes feel the same way. Kind of like how when we were lost in the in-between, I just wanted to go home. And I don't know if my words are even comforting because I don't genuinely know what to say, but I understand. I really, really understand. And I'm just so sorry you're going through it too.
And he kind of just nuzzles his head into your shoulder a little bit more. And just lets out a very cracky, thank you. And just kind of sits there for a while, leaning his head on your shoulder. Till eventually he kind of comes back up and wipes the tears from his eyes.
I now understand better what you meant by when that moment that we found you with the witch, why you said it meant everything to you.
It was because, and you see him kind of break a smile. when he did remember me, right before I left. He told me he was so proud of me.
Surprise. You are an amazing person. He has everything to be proud of in you.
I still have a long way to go, but it means a lot, Bianca. And kind of smiles, and you can see him. Sometimes you get caught up in the fact with all the armor and the weapons and the scale of the adventure that you just, in your mind, equate Poe to being an Anoa, a warrior, a man, but in this moment, he really is just a kid who's just over the moon happy that his dad is proud of him and is sad that his dad's gone. And he says, I don't know if you want to right now, but I mean, Keothi might have a way to contact them. Your parents, that is.
That's kind of why I wanted to talk to you first. You would understand maybe better. Do you think I should? Like, would it even matter to give them hope that I'm okay, kind of? Also not really being hunted, and then everything that's going on, and then having to go into the past and then go from there where, and then like anything that has to do with Issen, I don't even know if it's worth it. Maybe it's better if they think I'm dead. And Bianca's like kind of shaking and looking down at her hands.
Poe will kind of grab one of your hands and squeeze it and be like, hey, no. You know what's one thing that's pushed me through all of this? Every single terrible moment that we've ever experienced as a group. It's hope. It's hope that something good will come of all of this terrible that we have to go through. That one message, your parents hearing your voice, even if you tell them, I could die tomorrow, they at least know that you're alive today.
She's gonna kind of like nod, still a little unsure. I just don't know if I'm even making them proud. They don't know anything. So I don't even know what I'd say.
Well, hey.
Like, hey, I, left Summer's Rest even though you never wanted me to even leave Belka, and now I'm after, fighting darkness and demons. I'm going to the past. Like, what would I say? I don't even know. And how do you even explain that? And then what would they say?
I don't know. But the thing is, it's a start. You have something.
Stop it, phone. Yeah. Maybe you're right. I just need time to think about what I'd even say, because I wasn't even thinking I would.
I mean, you want to know the nice thing? Seems like we got all the time in the world now.
Yeah, somehow time's not an issue. We got plenty of other problems, so.
Yeah, that we do.
She's gonna look him in the eyes. Thank you. And if you ever just need another moment to talk about him, reminisce, I'm here. I'm happy to hear anything you want to say about him.
Okay. Thank you, Bianca. And for what it's worth, I haven't tested out all the shoulders in this group, but I have a pretty good feeling that yours is the best one to cry on.
Thank you.
Kind of sigh. And give you one more kind of side hug leading into your shoulder, squeezing.
Yeah, and she'll hug him back.
And he'll smile. Then he'll kind of go back to standing, give a little stretch, and
I think the rock has 3 ants on it now.
Oh, I better avoid it then. Yeah, I don't want to disturb them. They're probably having a hard enough time in this cold. Kind of smile, and as he's walking back towards his tent, kind of look at the rock, investigate it.
Investigate the rock.
Yeah, there are 3 ants. It's crazy. And then head off to sleep. All right. So then we wake up on the 3rd morning.
Dawn of the final day.
So here's the thing about the 3rd day. There is something that happens on the 3rd day. So, I know, after all this time, you're finally getting past that narrow stretch of land, and now you're making your way into a much more rocky, almost plateaued area. A lot of ravines, it looks like, in this area in particular. And the more odd thing is, you are beginning to experience a little bit more of a change in temperature, where it's going from those very cold, icy climes to that significant of the southern portion of the Western Salamander, heading more and more further north. It's actually starting to warm up just a little bit. It's not so bone-chilling cold. In fact, the further north you go, the less snow is starting to stick. So after about 4 days, almost 6 days of travel in this area, getting closer and closer to that second land bridge, the area does start to change. The rocks have a much more unnatural shape, as it almost looks like sort of these jutting fingers coming up out of the earth and wrapping around and almost touching in certain places. And you can see small rivers and streams that are actually flowing. There's smaller ice chunks in them, but even underneath some of the snow, you can see plumes of green grass growing. You're not sure why, until after maybe an hour of travel, all of you are scared shitless by, as you're sort of riding past on these wolves, right next to Bianca and Cecily's wolf, there is this fissure that just explodes out of the ground, this hot steam that just pushes up out of the ground. This white, like rapid water shoots up and then kind of lands down in this foggy steam around you as you're passing, giving this natural burst of warm air to where you're currently at. So let me go ahead and move you to what you're looking at about now. No! No! So close. There we go.
Well, that's beautiful.
Ooh. Do we see that building in the distance, or is that
No,
just...
that's part of the art that is not there. So there's no
Okay.
magical keep off in the distance.
That's fine.
Just imagine more jutting out rocks and ravines and plateaus and spiky rock formations. But as you are walking through this area, like I said, you can hear the sort of brushing past of water, that sort of steam vents every once in a while, these fissures just erupting from the earth. For one, giving you natural cover anytime the steam settles, but also you can hear this very odd noise coming from further in the distance. It is this it's echoing off all the rock and stone in this particular area. It's very, very, very odd. But it is these almost like roars. You can hear this scratching and this sort of gravel noise. And eventually, what Ashima, you and Keothi would see first, and you'd be able to sort of point it out to everybody around you, is most of the rock here is like anywhere from a deep, deep brown to a light gray. And these sort of like layered rock formations all around you. One of the things that you and Keothi see is, for a second, you sort of stop on your wolf and everybody else sort of stops behind you, as you can just see sort of crawling out of one of these holes in one of this rocky mountainside is this, from where you're at right now, it looks so small. But the fact that you can see it gives you a very good idea of how large it actually is. You can see this creature with maybe, it's hard to say from this distance, but maybe 8 to 10 legs. This long, thick salamander-like body, except it has this like dull blue exterior with this light blue interior that just sort of looks to glow, illuminating the stone behind it. You can see it's got these curled horns, and for a moment you think that there's maybe a storm in the distance as you hear this crackle of thunder and lightning. But then Ashima and Keothi, as you start to focus in on it, you can see that there's actual like thunderbolts and lightning that is just sort of crackling off of its mouth as it has these 10 legs and 2 tiny arms that come off of its torso as it's just sort of crawling around on this rock. And I would say that probably Bianca would be the only one who's read about one of these as soon as it's pointed out to you. Bianca, you would recognize this as a Bahir.
Okay.
Ugh.
That's what you're looking at.
It's gross.
Yeah. So you can see that it is, for one, a huge creature. Not just in like normal size, but also in D&D stat size. It is huge. So it is maybe 20, 30, maybe 40 feet long, super wide, very thick, and it's just leaving these sort of burnt scorch marks on the stone behind it. And you can kind of see it crawl out of that hole and crawl along the mountainside and then crawl back into another hole deep into that mountainous area. And you just sort of catch a glimpse of it as it climbs out, climbs across the mountain, and then climbs back into another hole. But
did it see us?
Doesn't seem like it's seen you.
What does Bianca know about these things if she's read about it?
For one, they're very dangerous. They are carnivorous creatures. They eat flesh. They are very, very territorial beasts. So should you be anywhere near their territory, they will take that as an offense against them. They are charged with lightning, for one. So they can shoot out lightning breath out of their mouth. The thing is, though, their organs are highly valuable on certain magical item markets because Bahir blood, their sort of lightning sacs that are embedded into their throat, can be used for a number of applications, whether that be bombs, enchanting swords, or spears, or arrows, even any type of magical cannons, anything like that. Bahirs are what are used most of the time because they are a lot easier to hunt and find than something, say, like a blue or brass dragon.
Okay, Bianca will kind of relay that to everyone before we approach further, but emphasizing the territorial thing. So if we don't want to fight it, we need to find a different route, probably.
Yeah, I think I'd have a hard time fighting that thing.
It is high risk, high reward, but it's risk, so we can
Is
attempt.
that the only one that's going to be around here? Like, are we going to run into another one if we go around?
Because they're territorial, I don't know how close they live to others. I don't remember reading if they live in like colonies or anything. So there's a good chance that this might be the only one. But I don't know for sure.
Oh man.
I want to pet it.
No, you don't. Well, here's the problem. Feel like if we just try to go around, it's gonna hear at least one of us. You know?
Could happen, yeah, and then we're not prepared to fight. So we could maybe be smart and prepare to fight and make it easy instead of accidentally getting caught in something.
That is, unfortunately, what I am thinking. Unless we go, way the fuck around, which I guess we could.
Yeah, but I mean, who's to say if there's not anything else worse around here? Know what we're getting into this way.
Bianca will look at Ashima and Keothi, our two wisest people. What are you guys thinking?
I'm not sure. In the past, I would agree that going around might be better, but this is unfamiliar land, and this creature is unfamiliar to me. So I'm not sure.
I would say keep heading on the path we are and avoid it at our best interests. Hopefully its territory ends at the mountain range and does not extend anywhere past these trails. They are creatures that burrow, so if we stay out of the way of the mountains and we don't go inside of them, I don't know why we would, but hopefully then we won't cross into its territory at all.
Well, we know they're dangerous, but do we know if they're aggressive?
Well, they are carnivorous. So
Yeah, well, so are we.
yeah, but they'd eat us, kind of carnivorous. Like if he's hungry.
Can I eat it?
What? I didn't
My
hear what you
dominance.
said.
I said, well, I will eat it. Assert my dominance. I'm the only lightning-breathing thing in this area.
Desmond, you are very adorable right now, but this maybe needs a softer touch.
Well, I was just going to suggest that once we get up there, we do our best to sneak past it.
What about I mean, it's an animal, right? How smart are these things? Are we able to fuck with it? Make it go somewhere else?
It depends. Some are more animalistic, and I've read of some who are actually able to speak the common tongue.
Oh, great.
If nothing
Okay,
else,
so
they
we
can
can,
speak Draconic.
Well, we know one person who can speak that.
We do.
So
Mr.
maybe
Hungry Dragonborn. Oh god.
So maybe we try to sneak by, and if that fails, try to talk to it in common, and if that fails, Desmond can talk to it in Draconic. And then if that fails, we attack.
Yep, that seems like what needs to happen.
Reasonable.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a bit of a bind either way.
Well, everyone just be prepared for the worst, so that we're not too off guard if that happens, okay?
Got it. Just gonna not use any lightning, which will feel very weird.
You're telling me.
I got lightning too, so it's fine.
Why are we called the Runaways? We should be like the Lightning Lads or something.
Lightning scorpions!
Scorpions.
Electric scorpions!
Where does scorpions come from, Bianca?
Our battle formation, Desmond, do you not remember the battle formation?
I'm sorry, I was a little bit too busy fearing for my life the entire time to remember the name of the goddamn formation.
You would be fearing less if you remembered
you don't have
the tail. You don't have to get so angry, Desmond.
Listen,
not angry.
I understand very well that we want to posture. However, if we're going to sneak, we should be quiet.
You're telling the stealthiest guy in the world. I got this covered.
Ashima is just going to, like, give him a what the fuck look and throw his hands up in the air.
I'm just saying.
He's gonna gesture vaguely to everything and raise his eyebrows.
Desmond shrugs.
All right, let's have this conversation out of the mountain range.
He does the exact same thing to Bianca.
I'm gonna crouch now. I'm crouching.
Lightning Lads, go.
Desmond, stop.
Alrighty.
How close to this thing are we?
I mean, you're pretty far away. It was like right on the edge of vision. So, I mean, maybe I want to say like maybe 500-600 feet. It's pretty far away. Like Ashima and Keothi were seeing like a small sort of almost like perspective-wise, it probably looked about the size of an axolotl or a leopard gecko, you know,
or a salamander.
Or a salamander, yeah. to be on the nose.
Boy, gang, this really is the Salamander Coast.
Roll credits.
Theme.
Thought we left.
No, we're in the Western Salamander.
Oh, you're right. I'm just scared.
Forget the scorpion. Forget the salamander.
Did you not read the entire World Anvil? Everything.
my brain flipped Bella Clara and the Salamander Coast, but I'm with you now.
Well, if you read the Silmarillica,
the Salamanderillion.
Okay. So the group of you begin to make your way through this path, and you can see that eventually the path does begin to curl away from that mountain range that the Behir was traveling in and out of. So you were heading straight north, but then because of the way that the sort of ravine and mountainous rocky area was shaped, you kind of end up needing to go west. And then as you're going west, you're maybe getting further and further, maybe 1,000, 2,000 feet away from where that salamander was. So at least in terms of where its territory is, you feel pretty confident that you've moved away from it. You don't know where the path goes from here, So it could just take you straight back west. But by the time you travel all that way, it's maybe 8, 9 o'clock at this point. Definitely past sundown. You feel like you're further enough away. You're in a rather safe area. There's only 2 ways to go. There's either back west or further east. And there's like a small divot where you're at, where you could kind of settle in and be at least obscured from anybody looking that way. If they walk down this sort of ravine, they'll definitely see you, but at least sort of looking, they won't see you tucked into this small little alcove. Almost like definitely not a cave system, but just like a small little divot in the stone. So if you want to rest, or you can attempt to press forward.
You think we're far enough away?
Well, we've been doing watches every night, right? Might as well just keep doing that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Walking around here out in the dark is probably not a good move.
Okay. Alrighty. So, all of you settle in for the night?
Unless anyone else has any objections, yeah, I think so.
Alrighty.
Well, alright.
So, you all settle in for the night, and you setting up a fire or anything like that?
Maybe? Is it too warm for a fire? Maybe like a small one.
Yeah, sure, just for some light. I mean, it's maybe 40, 45 degrees outside, so it's not exactly warm. It's just not cold enough for snow to really stick.
Gotcha. Yeah, a small one so we don't draw attention as too much.
Okay, yeah, sure. A small one just to keep up the body heat a little bit. Okay, so as all of you are sitting around the campfire, sort of cooking whatever meal you might have, just heating up some rations, anything like that. Doing your nightly rituals. You just chit-chatting, talking to one another, doing whatever you need to. I would say, once again, Ashima, passive perception, the highest. You do catch something approaching. It's coming from, not the direction you were coming from, but the direction you were going to head in the morning. You can see right on the edge of your vision, it looks like a humanoid bipedal slowly moving towards you. Just one person, though, it seems.
I will just alert everyone by tapping my staff down rhythmically to get everyone's attention and point.
Cecily will stay in the dark of this little corner as much as she can, but yeah, she'll kind of slink up and try to keep an eye on whoever this is.
So all of you just kind of look over. You can see the figure slowly start to come out of the sort of fog that's now begun to settle in this area. Eventually, once they're maybe 35 feet away, you can hear a gruff, deep voice kind of shout out towards you. Are those travelers at a campfire?
They are indeed.
I've been traveling for a while. Do you mind if I stop and warm up by your fire?
Of course. We can share it without losing any of our own.
Good. I just want to warn you, given how dangerous this area is, I am armed. I just don't want that to be a surprise when I get closer.
Of course. As
So are
are
we.
all of us.
Figured as much. Especially in these parts, it's dangerous. And if you'd rather me move on, walk right by, I understand completely.
Nonsense.
Looking at Ashima. Yeah.
We saw a fairly large, dangerous creature nearby, and having another level head amongst us might be good.
And you see him kind of approach, and you can see that currently he's got this thick burlap cloak on, sort of covering his most of his face and his eyes, and he has a mask pulled up, covering his mouth and nose, where you can really only kind of like get peeks at his eyes a little bit, and he just sort of sits down cross-legged in front of all of you, and you can see that he has, when you get peeks at anything he has on underneath, it's this beautifully ornate plate armor. This massive shield adorned in a sun that seems to be having like tears rolling down its face. And then he has like a scabbard for a long sword tucked into his side. But the rest of him is obscured. And he sits down and he says, "The Bahir, yeah, that's a tough one. Definitely too much for me to handle on my own, but if it's given you any comfort, you're far enough away from its territory. Shouldn't be any issue to any of you. Let's rest."
So, where were you coming from?
Well, I travel here and there, but I had just left, maybe a week ago, that Children of the Flame camp. They tried to conscript me, but I'm not native to these parts, so to speak, so they can report me to whatever law they want. Sadly, I don't think they're going to find any record of me.
Just decided you didn't want to join him anymore?
More important things on my mind. Bigger fish to fry.
So just kind of nod.
So what brings all of you out this way?
Heard rumor that something was out here that we've been looking for. Giving it a shot.
Good. Is it the Grave of the Stormlord?
Just might be that.
I hear a lot of people are looking for that. In fact, I heard it from a merchant named Alf. A lot of people looking for that.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
Do I recognize this man?
Make an insight check.
Now, here's the awkward part. My foundry crashed about 10 minutes ago.
Oh.
Oh no!
He just didn't want to be a bother.
But it's +1.
It's +1. Okay.
So if somebody
else,
wants to just
somebody else roll a d20.
Yeah, I will use a point of luck if it's low.
Hit /R. Wait, no. Okay. So
I got it.
/R space.
19.
Yeah.
19.
Okay, I'll keep 19.
Okay, Mark, I'm gonna message you.
Okay.
Oh!
I had
Juicy.
I had a feeling in my gut as soon as you started talking.
Secrets!
Can we see this guy's face? He said he had a cloak, but I wasn't sure if
Yeah,
you could say
cloak,
we could
and
see
he has
his
a
face or
mask
not.
covering his nose and his mouth.
It's COVID precautions.
Right. They haven't fixed that in these parts.
Yeah, still have yet to get the vaccine out, it's a war-torn country, It's harder.
Oh, maybe he's Fremen. I don't know. What if Joe is just sending Mark a message that says, "No, you don't know."
Wouldn't that be incredible? Okay.
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 So Cecily is gonna kind of... Yeah, just sort of be looking at him up and down and... Why'd you say you were here again?
Well, in all honesty, I'm looking for someone.
And she'll wait for him to keep going.
There's a person who he's very important to something happening to my home. And he is very necessary to making sure that my home, in all honesty, our home, stays safe. I'm just worried that maybe he is worried about saying goodbye and that he wouldn't want to leave. I'm worried that he won't want to go.
And Cecily, you can see him making eye contact with you. You recognize the eyes.
Does it look like he recognizes Cecily?
Yeah.
Can we tell that?
Yeah, no insight check necessary.
Ah!
Cecily will be piecing together as much of the situation as she can and trying to pick her words very carefully. And she'll... What does he need to do if he goes?
Well, whenever I find him, our home is being ravaged by a monstrous beast. A serpent the size of a city rises from the darkest depths of the ocean and lays waste to anything and everything that it can.
Can I take a quick glance at Poe?
Yeah.
How's he look?
He is petrified, frozen. You can infer that he's made the same connection you have, but he's not saying anything. He doesn't want anyone to get it.
Okay. I'll look back at the visitor guy. And when you find him, are you gonna ask him if he wants to come, or are you just gonna take him?
I want it to be his choice, but Sadly, I don't know how much of a choice there is. And he looks towards Poe. You know what I'm speaking of. You and I both saw the same thing. And Poe just kind of tucks his knees up to his chest. I don't want to. I don't want to. I know you don't want to. I was right there too. I know what you're going through. So you need to understand that I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary. I know that pain. I experienced it same as you. And you can see Poe kind of shake his head and just kind of begin to, as tears just kind of begin to stream down his face, he just kind of knuckles his eyes and pushes them away, then starts to sniffle. As this strange man is just looking at him, and you can see sadness in his eyes. As he says, Poe, you know we both can't ignore this. And he pulls back his cloak and pulls down his mask. And Cecily and Poe aren't surprised. But Desmond, Bianca, Ashima, and Gyothi, you all are stunned. It's almost like looking in a mirror. There's no denying that this man is Powassa Anoa. He's older, scruffy beard tinged with white on the edges, long hair braided down to his tailbone, the roots beginning to turn gray, scars all over his face, and pulling down his cloak is one mechanical hand. And you can see Poe's just stunned. And you can see old Poe kind of gets up and walks over to him and sits down next to him. Just kind of looks at him. And they share a look together. And Poe will kind of stand and breathe. And old Poe stands up with him. And Poe kind of looks down towards all of you. And he says, I don't want to go. I fear so badly
the idea that you all won't forgive me for leaving. Being apart from all of you was terrible. I mean, no adventure is what I ever hoped and would dreamed it would be without any of you. No adventure is an adventure without Cecily, Desmond, Bianca, Ashima, and Kyothi. Not for me, at least. You all are my Noah's story. I am. I was. You see him kind of look towards old Poe. I was so certain of that. And you see him trying to find the words, but he just can't. He's too overwhelmed with emotion, and he just starts to sob. And you can see old Poe kind of set a hand on his shoulder and begin to address all of you. I'm going to spend so long regretting telling that I didn't tell each of you how important you all are to me. You all sensed something in me. And it's something that has felt true to me since the day we met in Summer's Rest. We were meant to meet and grow together. And that is something that will become more and more clear to me as time passes. Whichever direction it has to pass in. And while I will be apart from all of you, the lessons I've learned with you, the memories we've shared, the times we shed tears together, the time we exchanged laughs, and the time we managed to almost throw a name day party. And you can see him kind of laugh, and like someone remembering a happy memory from long ago, he does just that. Gets lost in the nostalgia, and then returns to Earth. All of that will be engraved in my heart. And a Noah's blade is shaped with water and fire. And a Noah's heart is shaped with friends. With family like you. Ashima, you were one of my greatest teachers. You made our adventures together not just a journey across many lands, but a journey across many ideas, wisdoms, and cultures. I'm still awaiting the day that I get to exchange all the lessons we will learn. Wisdom, questions, stories that I can't wait to share with all of you. And Anoa's wisdom cannot be forged with a hammer. I know I own a huge part of mine to the halfling monk I met in Summer's Rest. Thank you. Bianca, you never asked to be the older sister to 3 runaway kids. But you made a damn fine one. And I regret not thanking you for it sooner. In this moment, if I leave without saying anything, I regret not telling you how your kindness, patience, love, and leadership helped make scary adventures like this one less scary. I also wanted to tell you that I know whatever demons you face, whatever tendrils of darkness that are attempting to snare you, will have no chance against you. You have to believe this. Because all of your friends here believe this. You got this. And thank you for being the best big sister in the world
and of all time. And you can see young Poe, current Poe, he starts to tear up even more at that. Then he turns to you, Desmond. It'd be expected of me to tell you to stay out of trouble, to stop stealing things, and to think through things a little more before deciding to do things. But then you wouldn't be my best friend, Desmond. Your sense of wonder and imagination, it's wilder than any I've ever seen. I wish I was as brave as you when it comes to finding the answers to the questions of our world. Even if it is simply, what is in this expensive locked box? You are always, will always be, my best friend. And surely, best friends no matter how far they're separated. And he smiles at you. And then you see he kind of looks to you, Cecily, and then looks towards Poe and says, "This is something only you can say." Young Poe kind of moves over towards you, Cecily, and kind of sits down next to you. I don't know what to say. I made you a promise. A promise that I didn't know I couldn't keep. And I can't leave knowing you're mad, upset. I can't. And you can see future Poe kind of like take his boot and kind of like nudge Poe just a little bit. If I leave, I'd regret leaving. And if I don't, then I don't know what's going to happen. And there's just so many things, and there's so much that I wish I could. And old Poe kind of nudges him again a little bit harder. And you see him kind of inhale and exhale, and then look at you right in the eyes and say, I want you to know that I love you. I think. And future Poe, are you just, you don't think it, you just, yes, yeah, I know, and I have known, and I know you don't feel the same way, but I just can't leave with you thinking that it was easy for me to leave you guys. And looking out to all of you and then back to you, Cecily. Especially you. I need you to know if this really... I need you to know this, if it really is me leaving. And you see Poe just kind of look at you and just waiting for a response.
Cecily she'll be looking at him in a bit of disbelief, and then she'll eventually look down at the floor and just kind of shake her head a bit and... Why? Why? What do you possibly see about me that would make you think that?
And you see him smile. I see someone who is willing to do anything and everything to protect those she cares about. I see someone that even in the face of destruction and danger and the end of it all can show less fear on her face than in Anoa. I see someone who, just because I had the name that I had, you didn't treat me any different. I was just another stupid person that you played, and I couldn't get over that. The jokes you make. The way that you try to meditate, get frustrated halfway through, and then quit. I love your love for bread. That even the simplest things in life can bring you so much joy. And most importantly, the fact that no matter what you say, how you act, I know that you carry so much love for the people that surround you, for these people. And you see him kind of get lost, just sort of looking at you and smile. But I mean, that's just to name a few things.
First of all, gross. And she's
yeah,
kind
totally.
of she's trying to joke about it, but she's like shaking. Oh, I haven't I haven't used that word at all in a really long time. And I know you probably mean it. Because if you were lying, I would know.
I'm a pretty shitty liar, aren't I?
I'm terrified of what happens whenever anyone gets attached to me. And if you really have to go, then I don't know. I just don't know. And she'll just be kind of looking down at the ground again.
And you can just kind of see him out of the corner of your eye. He just kind of... You can see his hand kind of lift up off the ground for a moment and then set back down. And then lift up and set back down one more time. And then slowly, with purpose, he lifts it up and he just kind of lightly places his hand on her cheek and just sort of says, "The one thing I do know is regardless of how long it takes me to fix what's ever wrong, one day I will be back. Because I know that what I feel is something special. And I don't want to waste that." And he just kind of smiles at you. That same smile he gave you just earlier today.
I think there's a million things that Cecily wants to say, but I don't think she can right now. I think she's just gonna look up at him.
Still smiling. Okay.
And I suppose eventually she'll just nod and start to scoot away a little bit towards the rest of the party. Just okay. Well, if you're going, I guess go ahead. And just trying to swallow all of the emotion as much as she possibly can.
Okay. Yeah. Guess if I'm going, I should go. And you see him, he's just still kind of looking at you. And not going. Just sad eyes.
Poe. The older Poe. It's time to go.
Kind of looks up towards him, and you can see that old Poe has definitely got some wet eyes. Not easy for him to hear. You can see that Poe, as he's kind of sitting next to you, he just says, "You know what? I don't think. I know." And he's just going to lean over and give you a small peck on the cheek. And then stand and kind of turn around and gather his things, tuck them into his bag, sling it around his shoulder. And just kind of look towards all of you with these heavy, heavy eyes. As future Poe sets an arm on his shoulder and says to him, looking down on him a little bit,
"Of all of the challenges you will face, leaving your friends in this moment will be the hardest. This is a wound that has only just begun to open. But Poe, I want to give you this one certainty. This right here is the right decision, okay?"
Poe kind of looks up to him and looks down to all of you. "Okay. And you're sure I can't stay?"
"I'm sure." "Okay. Okay."
Well, don't go without a hug, and Bianca's like Felicity a fucking mess. And is gonna go give him a hug.
And yeah, Poe will definitely squeeze so tight. Squeezing.
Desmond will bolt up afterwards.
Everybody sort of coming together. Keothi.
You don't have to crouch this time.
Yeah. She kind of, everybody squeezes together. Cecily, are you in on the group hug? You kind of.
So she's trying so hard to just stop caring right now, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, to just not go through any of this. But I think it's like she's gonna see everyone group hugging and then see Poe waiting for her to join the group hug, and like, you know that feeling you get in your gut when you realize I'm being a wuss and I need to stop right now. Like, yeah. Yeah, and she's just gonna shake her head a little bit and just, okay. And she'll come up and join.
Okay. So, you embrace. All of you squeeze and hug. Keothi kind of being the rubber band to this bundle of sticks, just squeezing everybody in extra hard. And then, let's go. And Poe just kind of standing in the middle of this, like, circle of love. He looks to all of you, and you can tell that he's very thankful for the adventures that you've gone on so far. He wishes he could be here for the adventures to come. But he has to go. And kind of walk away. And he'll stop one more time at you, Cecily, and he says, last thing. I promise, when I come back from the future, I'm going to bring some beignets. Because beignets from the future have to be better because they're going to be as fresh as they possibly could be. Look at that.
That
less logic.
That doesn't... If you come back, I am still kicking you right in the dick. So hard.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
All right.
All right.
I guess I'll see you around then. Kinda.
I guess I'll see you around.
Okay.
And you can see as the two of you are just standing up, he's kind of looking down at you, and he doesn't want to leave. And after a few moments of him just kind of looking down, making eye contact, older Poe just kind of goes, and Poe kind of snaps out of it. Yeah. Yeah, I know. And he looks at you one more time. And he's just gonna lean in and he's gonna kiss you on the forehead and say, damn it, no, that's not good enough. And he's gonna go in to kiss you.
She won't she won't recoil from it, but she's still kind of in shock about the whole thing.
Yeah. Lasts for a moment, and he pulls away. And he just smiles at you. I'll see you soon, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really soon.
Really, really soon.
Yeah.
As the two of you are just still just staring at each other. Old Poe, you know, we got things to do.
Wait, one more thing before you go. I know you just said that you have to go, but Desmond's gonna reach around to his side. He's gonna pull out his slingshot, and he's gonna hand it, put it in, grab Poe's hand, and wrap his hand around it. And he's gonna say, "It's not much, but I want you to remember me because we're brothers, not friends."
You're damn right. And he'll hug you, Desmond. Brothers. With that, he'll tuck it into his belt. Give each one of you a long look one more time. turn to face old Poe and say, I'm ready. Old Poe gives him a nod. Then the two of them begin to walk off into the distance.
And, like, the second that they're probably out of earshot is the second that Cecily turns away from them and walks back toward the campfire and just fucking collapses. And is absolutely ripped open.
Immediately, Keothi will kind of kneel down next to you, not saying anything, and will just, not even wrapping an arm around you, just kind of sit next to you.
Bianca shortly after would probably do the same that Keothi's doing, just being near her and everyone else, honestly, but
yeah. Okay. So then as all of you sit near one another, comforting Cecily and in all reality comforting each other, realizing a friend that you will miss dearly, but knowing that there is still a mission that you all need to accomplish. You sit with one another, and maybe in a little bit words will be shared, or maybe not. Regardless, that is going to have to be something that we discover next week, because that is where we are going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Ooh-wee. Yeah, guys, sorry.
How dare you make me cry while playing games, Joe?
yeah, multiple times.
Do you think I'm here for emotional catharsis? I'm here for dice, okay? I'm here for dice. I'm here for numbers.
Want the math.
I want to go click, clack, click, clack. That's what I want.
I just like making my computer overheat once a week.
it gets really cold in your house.
This is honestly, it's the best way to do it. Just generate heat by opening Foundry.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, thank you so much everybody for watching. Greatly appreciated. It is it's been one heck of a session. A big thank you to Evan because him and I had been in talks the past couple of days. Both of us kind of decided that the best way for this to happen would have been for you guys not to know about it in advance. Just
Jesus
because,
Christ.
Yeah, just because that way it didn't seem like anybody was kind of avoiding talking about anything, which, boy, made for some really great moments. Holy shit, yeah. There's gonna be some trauma. Joe bad indeed. Yeah. Hey, I will say, like, I'm gonna give credit where credit's due. Like, anything during the session was pretty much me, but with like little notes from Evan. Legit, all that last stuff was literally just like a monologue written by Evan.
Oh my god.
Evan, you're too good for this world.
Yeah, he actually
Evan,
said
amazing.
He actually said, so, like, obviously don't read this word for word. Please don't. Haha, because OMG, I wish I could have written this better, but hopefully this helps. And I was like, what do you mean don't read this word for word? I'm about to use this shit as a script, my dude.
Man.
Yeah, no, it was great. So
God, and I just
Heaven
like
works.
the idea of having your older self standing there saying something that you wish you had said. Like that shit just hit me like an ice road trucker.
Also,
like,
Mark, how did you guess who that was?
I felt a drop in my stomach. That's it. Like, I it's just I can't explain it.
He had.
And then
he also had practice recognizing voices from the Captain Darrow situation, so he was like, "This isn't the first time Joe's done this."
Yeah.
Because I just
for a second there, I actually thought it was going to be him.
I thought so too.
I'm glad I'm not alone.
And then I got extra confused.
Yeah, I was like, who the hell is this?
Who the fuck is this guy?
Who the hell do you think
This
you
is
are?
Cecily's mom. Cecily see it, and I was like, I am really stupid, apparently, because I have no idea what's going on.
I was like, I must be an idiot.
Yeah, no, it's just I don't know what it. I just got this. As soon as Joe started talking as that character, I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
That's really impressive, Mark.
Oh, jeez. It's the fucking writer in me. It's a blessing and a curse.
Evan, we
God.
love you.
Yes, we love you, Evan.
Yes, we do. I mean, Evan bad for putting us through this, but
Yeah.
like also.
I like the way Jim phrases it. Evan worse.
Joe bad, Evan worse.
Yeah.
Evan worse.
So bad,
Oh my
Evan
god,
worse.
that's the way to put it.
Man, I just this was. I get why you wanted the send off to be the way it was.
Yeah.
So I really damn.
So thank you, Evan, for
Fuck.
creating the absolutely wonderful character that Poe is. He's gonna be missed, as will you. But obviously, doesn't have to be said. But I'm gonna say it anyway. Whenever you are ready, just like I said before, you're always welcome back at the table. We love you a lot, my man.
Love you.
I'm so glad that
Love
we
me.
got to play with you, Evan, even if it was just for a short time, because
Hey.
you are such a great. My heart really hurts.
Hey, in respect to Evan made it.
It has been like a
sessions.
year.
30 sessions. That's crazy. That's like next level for Evan. Like
That is.
It's just that every time playing with Evan is just a joy, and you're just one of my favorite people, Evan, and I love you so much, and I'm gonna miss you so much playing here with us.
Yeah.
If you're still here.
God.
Man, yeah.
And these next few sessions for Cecily are just gonna, oh my god. Oh, jeez.
I think I smell a better bond between Cecily and Desmond coming up soon.
That's the most important thing. but for sure, this is honestly the final crack in the shell. Like how does she pretend to be emotionally distant now? That's over.
You
We're
don't
done.
get to. That's how.
So, and I just and the shit she didn't say.
If only
the
old
shit
Cecily
she
could have been
didn't-
there talking to a young
Oh
Poe.
god, yeah.
That's the next session.
Straight up, like 48-year-old mom Cecily, who's like, listen, I've been through some shit, all right? Hey, listen, you're gonna laugh. Yeah, I just.
Oh my goodness.
Oh god, she's gonna have so many feelings, so many regrets, so many discoveries.
Exactly. Well, if you four could hang around just very briefly, there's something I want to talk to you about. But I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you all so much for watching. I greatly appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in, hanging in for the extra 40 minutes. I just had to push it a little bit because we ran into those tech issues at the beginning. So thank you so much for sticking in all the way through. I appreciate you. If anything, it balances out because we had a short session last week, so it's just even now. All right. Thank you for watching. Be sure to tune in on Friday for the Explorers of Afera, Saturday for the Isles of Iverion, or next Tuesday for the continuation of the Salamander Coast. Thanks so much.
Yeah,
Have a
if
good
you
one,
want to
everybody.
fucking cry.
Yes, see you more. Bye.